Alright, getting water for cats, so yeah, you can hear that. Yeah. I'll be right back. Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Priz, Itzicado, Loading Screen, Kitty, Defos, Jbridge, Milk Lizard, Dex, Stump, Anyone else who might be about, good to see all of you. If I go live like 6 a.m. yesterday? No? No. Did you get a really weirdly timed notification? Six a.m. somewhere? No. I started normal time yesterday. Um, Today, Dire Sacrifice. Hey, Stone Swan, how you doing? I might do a little BL3 depending on how fast we finish the challenge run today. I might close off the stream with some BL3 because I ended up playing some last night and I was just running around shooting a flacker on flak and I kind of optimized it. It was a good time. I was awake at like 7 a.m. and saw a few hour-old notifications saying Quag went live. It was weird. I've gotten Discord notifications for like people going live a full 8 hours after their stream ended. So I don't know, maybe it's one of those moments. Let me get the counter and stuff up. Okay, that's the barrage counter, but we're doing a different thing. It's funnier if I put it that way. Sack counter? Yes, we're counting sacks. Notifications have only been on time the last week. Normally it's always off by at least 30 minutes to 5 hours, probably Twitch being Twitch. Yeah, this is why most Twitch creators will make sure to announce they're going live somewhere else. Some people do it on YouTube, some people do it on Twitter, people do it in Discord, some people do all of the above. I'm sure some people do it on like TikTok and Instagram and stuff, but it's just another symptom of the whole thing with when you're a creator on Twitch, you cannot rely on the platform, not for telling people who do follow you that you've gone live, and not for showing you to people who don't follow you. So both discoverability and like actually telling your followers you're streaming, platform sucks at, which are kind of two of the most important things. I could rant about it, but okay, so we got the timer and the counter. Let's make sure this works. I gotta run that as admin. There we go. Okay, so as per usual with these runs, I'm going to explain the setup and stuff before we start the timer. Timer will start as soon as I exit the menu upon gaining control, and timer stops once the Dragon Lord's health bar disappears. I expect this one will be slow, just because the bossing will be slow. So we're doing this on the same chaos as we did the barrage run, but we're using a skill that's worse in single target, better in mobbing. So I wonder how that works out. Also, for any anime fans, or I suppose it's funny to people who aren't anime fans too. You probably know Attack on Titan has been in its final season for a while. They did final season part 1 in 2021, final season part 2 in 2022, final season part 3 is coming in March, but it's named like final season first edition or some shit. It sounds like a parody, but it's not. It's the wildest shit. They're doing part 3 in 2 parts. So we're about to have part 1 of 2 parts of part 3 of part 4. Because it's the third part of the 4th season is in 2 halves. It's just you remember those few years when they would release movies like that, like usually the YA books adapted to movies. They were just like, hey, the final one's 2 movies for no reason. They're just doing that with anime seasons now. And well, Blizzard been MIA a few days. A higher low lights with Feral Surge Barrage playthroughs. Barrage sucks. Feral Surge underrated. What I'm hearing is the naming of the final season needs legal code hierarchy. Well, that's by the way, props to the artist. Yeah, Pup T did a great job with it. So. Have you gotten proper sleep, T-Dog? I feel like I need to ask you this every time now. Okay, so you can see I have a Frostburn here that I'm gonna try to not run. The Frostburn is gonna be, I decided a couple minutes before going live, for emergencies. Like, if I find that there's a situation where I need damage, I will use the Frostburn. I did a little more testing, and like having the actual bubble blocking attacks is kind of a little OP sometimes. But for bosses, it's not really relevant. I can just plop them off in a corner, and it's just more damage. FBI is getting ratioed. Yeah, sounds about right. No sack. Sounds like you need to see a doctor. How you doing, Irish? Sorry if any consolation, love you. Make sure you sleep at some point, T-Dog. We got a body rune. We've got a rage handle with ancient tilt. This is level 1, so that it doesn't really kill anything, but this is just a tool of getting cooldown back and single target. Because you get triple stacks from hitting a boss, and bosses are when we need the damage. So yeah, we end up getting the max attack speed quite quickly, and hitting that many times gives us a good cooldown refund. I've gone with interesting passives on the amulet here. Went for double cooldown instead of status damage to boost the dire sack dot, or instead of all damage to just boost the hit itself. Cooldown lets me actually spam it a lot more. And because and this is the brutal stampede we're going with. We've got demon blights for the dots as well. We've got dark magic, fire, and frost boosted because dire sacrifice always applies a dot, so we always get that dark magic one. Bonus elements inherit the status chance of whatever they're piggybacking on. So if our body rune's active and our class feat is happening, then we get all 3 dots. So 3 guaranteed dots per enemy. I figured it'd be cool to boost up their duration. And we've got Berserker Capstone, so in dense mobbing, we can just, if we kill a couple enemies, we instantly get our Dire Sacrifice back. So we can just do it again. It's very spammable, very enjoyable. We don't have Morhem's Blessing, so if we're trying to have high stacks of Ascension and Dark Hydras, we do need to actually be killing things. Worth noting. Hero points, maxed attunement. We're also the plus attunement background. Max constitution, remainder, and wisdom. Oh, yeah, I figured that's why the FBI would be ratioed. Yeah. Why do you have 2 points in the frost skill? How else am I supposed to get down to tier 2? Also, that does boost this. It does boost my class feat. ISP moment. Told myself finally watch Attack on Titan final season when it finished fully. Seems gonna take as long as GTA 6. It's supposed to, like, part 2 of part 3 is supposed to still be in 2023, but, like, come on. The mod playthrough. I used save editor to reset quest progress for a sort of pseudo New Game Plus. There is no in-game way of doing New Game Plus, so I've been using save editors to do these challenge runs. Obviously, all the items I'm using are legit unless otherwise disclosed. Like, I guess you can't legitimately get a level 1 rage handle, but this doesn't give me an advantage. This just makes it so my punches don't do as much damage, or my melee attacks don't do as much damage, because I don't want them to do damage. Just so that I can properly use the action skill. All these rolls are legit. Skill tree is legit and everything. Okay. Well, let's do the thing. Right, AOT, I wonder if Enderman can do better than the manga did for a final bit. I certainly hope so. Like, I don't think that... Basically, it's a media literacy thing. People who are like, oh, bad ending. No, it wasn't. There were some details that fell through the cracks, but, like, broad strokes, ending's fine. Just could be more refined, which is the perfect thing for an adaptation to do. Okay, we zoom in.
You journeyed far to be here, heeding the call of the queen herself.
The queen herself! What could she want of us?
Bridge is out. If I pay taxes,
You recognize one of the queen's waystones. It seems to call to you. The queen's magic enters you. A fallen tree bars your path. What you gonna do about it, huh?
Wish the first season didn't continue.
It's a species
It
called
is something of a slow burn for the first
grows in this one valley.
2 seasons.
all the things I
I mean,
never thought would
it doesn't reveal itself for what it is until the 3rd season.
Continue through the cave. The rocky ceiling dips low.
So that kind of thing isn't for anyone. Isn't for everyone, I should say. Not anyone would, you know, like that. I do, but
And if you get a running
it's a
start
subjective
to that
thing.
touch, you'll slide around like a cool astronaut.
we'll all go together.
You have defeated the crabs.
I'm actually gonna monitor my double taps on the button and adjust appropriately. Like, I hit the button twice there, but only 1 dire sacrifice happened, so I actually did just lower it by 1.
Everything falls apart, even the shrines.
That's right. The queen has ruled the
Things fine as a skeleton, just missed a couple foundational pieces to maximize how much potential it had. Yeah, too many moving parts that it lost track of. That's all.
powerful weapon for you. The weapon.
Gotta stick with it until season 3. That's when it really picks up. Yeah, it's one of those things.
It's a gun! This thing reminds me of Grammy. Old and weathered, but still capable of shooting skulls off necks from 20.
When does it get good? At season 8.
Wait, there's guns in fantasy?
You're in Tina's fantasy, baby! Shrine floor rises beneath you. From here, you can spy a quaint little village nestled in the bodacious bosom of...
You know, like any of the core 3 doesn't help my like of Attack on Titan. That's fair. Alright, you'll probably see me do a fair amount of kiting of enemies in this run.
Holy crap, they might reach the Dark Master! I gotta book it!
Yeah, whatever he's talking about. There's a loot chest up on that tower. Get them loots.
I am Nebula, faithful servant of the dragon.
Ooh, you found a ward. That's like a magic shield above
I don't like catching my recommendation when I say I watched till episode 5.
Uh-oh, a rock slide
And is
blows
here
your
being
way
like,
to the
watch 2
next
entire seasons of a show. No, I'm not saying to do it. I'm specifically not saying to do it. I'm saying it reveals itself for what it was working its way up to in the 3rd season. It doesn't mean the 1st and 2nd seasons aren't enjoyable, it's just it's a bit of a misdirect.
ahead. You
Like,
can't
the
avoid
genre
it.
changes.
Ooh.
I'm not saying necessarily to stick it out or anything, I'm not recommending it at all. It's something I like, but I get that it's not for everyone.
The village.
Hardly a challenge.
Like, the characters hate the story and senseless killing. See, the senseless killing's part of the point. It's like, hey, sometimes you die for no reason and it's really fucking tragic. That's the kind of world this is. It's a world building tool. But I get that tonally that can be a little draining. It's not exactly a feel-good story.
An extra powerful skeleton arises. A single villager remains alive in the carnage. She looked bad, baby. She looks like she's about to die.
Might as well save her peasant ass.
Our sack build can't kill anything at C50, let alone 100. It's one of the things that requires investment.
Saving my peasant ass, stranger. How can I ever repay you? As much as it kills me to refuse payment, I'm afraid I'm on an
Season 3 is when said Titans actually attacked on. They do not say the name of the series until the end of Season 3. So, like, when they're kind of revealing the genre,
The perfect height.
that's what it happens to. So, amusingly, there's like oh, that's the John attack on Titan.
The ruins of Castle Harrowfast are just out yonder. Which is fantasy for saying. It's over there, baby.
I sense the Dragon Lord's presence. His tomb is somewhere beneath these ruins. Find him, fellow skeletons.
Wait. I thought we already beat the Dragon Lord.
do better than that.
I just wanted to use my sack a little bit there.
Castle Harrowfast is a crumbly-tumbly ruin. No one is left to walk these halls. No one living.
So, skeletons.
Oh, yes, girl. You're picking up one of them. When you got more than one gun, you can switch between them.
It's dialogue and Jack was just talking and talking, and you had to wait for him to talk, and then he talked more. Like, can I go back to shooting? Gave off him gaming mom fuck off energy. Yeah, now Moo Girl, remember that there's some people who are like, man, we just spent so much time in BL3 and Wonderlands listening to dialogue. They will forgive anything if Jack is attached, despite it being the same thing.
Tons of questicles simmering up in my brain sauce, baby. Harrowfast's throne hall lies barren, hella decrepit. The last of the Harrow bloodline sits in her ancient throne, her bones clutching a dusty spellbook as though awaiting a destiny that never came.
Well, this place is super grim. I love it. Grab that spell book. Now, how do we get into the tomb crypt? There's got to be an entrance around here somewhere.
Smash time!
Did not enjoy the dialogue after BL1 took too long. Agree. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? TPS also got plenty of flack for that dialogue. Just forgotten if people go back to the BL2 versus BL3 mudslinging. Real.
You hear a rumble and a booming laugh that seems to come from all around you.
In 2023, the main point I try to drill in that whole dialogue is that the games aren't that different
Back at you.
when it comes to writing and story structure. They're really not. And tone.
Inside of a crypt.
Now, endgame, balancing,
I am coming.
that's where it's very different, but
Master.
He's gonna resurrect the Dragon Lord. That's the exact opposite of what we want. We gotta get in there.
The waystone glows.
doing okay? Glad to hear.
Feel its magic
says I'll kill all of them.
Fate maker.
You have answered smartly, baby! The carven door to the Dragon Lord's tomb crumbles!
Villain's tonal outlier. I really like the tone of Beetle one.
I'm trembling.
Kick his ass, Snoopy.
So we're very hard to kill, but it can sometimes take some time. Oh, we got a crit on that one.
A bit limp, Dragon Lord.
There's still time! You can seal the Dragon Lord away before he escapes!
Say,
The Dragon Lord is free, suckers!
oi, Dragon Lord, come and get it.
One thing that I feel does go understated, like the writing in this game is just better than both 3 and 2. Yeah, I said it. The writing is better. What are you gonna do?
Stronger than the ones she said before.
I'm tired of pretending it's not.
Wonder.
It's just better.
I wonder.
Speedrunning with just Arsac? Yes.
Meet again, Fate Maker. But for now, I have to go pay an old shiny.
Hey Huntress, how you doing?
See you around the neighborhood.
Hey Holo, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
That big bad boss town.
How is the Uwu Nation today?
Some dragons, some magic. It will end only one way, with the ultimate defeat.
I've been on a bit of a challenge run streak as of late. So I've been enjoying doing these sort of like
Did you hear what he said? Shiny.
pseudo new game plus things where we pick a
He's headed. He's after Queen.
like a build archetype and we go through with the action skill counter and a timer, and it's been really fun. Vibin', how's everyone here? We're good. We're just talking about we're appreciating the writing in this game, be it the character work or the plot structure. Just the writing in this game is good. We count in the sacks? Yeah. You were talking about that move. Oh wait. First off, I'm gonna cry. It's no spawn. How you doing?
You should have ducked.
Yeah, puppy.
Blocked or, I don't know, not died.
FBI says something on MLK Day. Yep. And they got ratioed for it.
I put shortcuts around the overworld to help you get around. All you gotta do is punch him. Shortcut unlocked. There's all sorts of goodies and dungeons hidden behind things you can punch.
For anyone who doesn't know the significance of that, it's kind of an open secret that the FBI probably orchestrated the assassination of Martin Luther King. FBI director directly threatened him multiple times.
Don't worry, those jerks at the table can't hear me. It's just us down here. Hey, I know I'm the villain, but I still just wanted to wish you luck on the whole quest thing. Not that you need luck, right? You're the
Hey, McBain.
The city! Scallymans! Scally ships! There's bombs raining down!
Come on, you can do better than that, surely.
Oh, that cooldown refund's so smooth.
Never stood a chance.
That was buttery smooth. I like that.
The defenses are breached!
I reached right hook. Okay, there we go. Wag. Turn my volume up. 1,000 Quagsires cried out in pain. Keep talking to you, why won't you answer? By just getting back all those points, suckers. It's that easy.
But can you make it more
It's the best channel point sync we've ever had.
Right. Good catch, yeah.
I might actually shiny hunt a whooper for shiny Clodsire. I was thinking about doing that tonight.
Fight through the siege fields and use that fantasy border. Blow the catapults to Kingdom Bloody Come! Skeleton, up ahead!
Why not get ahead of
There, catapult is straight ahead. Good luck, citizen.
That will kick in. Look out! Damn, come on, too late.
Uh-oh, skeletons appear as you near the catapult.
Trust me, friend. Don't stick around.
I'll get the elf back. Don't worry.
Slap that fantasy ball onto the catapult. Now set it off. I don't want to stand bloody clear.
The catapult explodes.
It's like if everybody in New York had their horns replaced with Quag. Air random numbers.
Brilliant. Keep blasting them back to the grey hell.
I'm spent. Was it as good for you as it was for me, J-Bridge?
Isn't mine, but I met this cool nerdy barista on the EchoNet, and they said I could use their B&B character if I wanted, and I was like, hell yeah! And they were like, Chuck, open up, and I was like, ooh, I'm stealing that accent too.
Pretty good, but I cried afterwards. So true, bestie.
They've set the last catapult up on the fallen tower. Oh, figure out a way to get over there.
That's way too big of a jump. What if we
It's one of those
destroy
open
that last catapult and
historical
blow ourselves up?
secrets.
Hey. No touching
Most
the
fun. Like, conspiracy theories and shit are cringe, but this ain't bad. Using dire sacrifice to launch yourself is crazy.
Catapults take hundreds of goblin
It just looked silly.
I'm out here creating jobs, you know.
This game BL3 is so much more fun when it is in a PowerPoint presentation. Oh yeah, you fixed that driver issue you had?
Sorted out those pesky catapults. That explosive glitter stuff did quite the number on them.
That'll bloody learn them. Ha! Regroup by the main gate. I can see them
I
gathering.
suppose because I decided to not do spells at the last minute, I would benefit more from having
Are already in the city getting ready to
Dark Pact than by having Sanguine Sacrament,
The
but
place to the ground. Oh, this is great. We're all having fun.
oh, Velma won't stop trending. Is gonna make a modified Scooby-Doo Sims playthrough to start shit on YouTube. That sounds like something you'd do.
Here's a nice bridge for you.
I've been waiting for that bridge to pop up. Bloody
It's how I was taught in school, so I didn't learn it. So, you know, now never too late to know the truth. Funny you mentioned that, Pupsy, because in 2022, there's legislation passed in several places
One of the queens.
removing the requirement to teach about MLK at all.
I've never actually seen one of these before. Are you a fate maker?
Yes, I am. And I'm willing to sell you my autograph.
All right. I'm bloody impressed. Only heard about those in stories.
What? Just Texas things. Loading screen. Just Texas things.
The Queen's magic has unlocked more of your power as a fate maker. The Dragon Lord's armies don't stand a chance.
Oh man, you're doing so well. Too bad I don't have anything up my sleeve for this. Blammo!
Let's throw smashes through the gate.
Bollocks. Put those new powers to the test, fate maker.
Virginia was the other one. I couldn't remember the second one, though. Thank you.
Controls on your sleeve. It gets hot in there and they don't know how to get rid of it.
Hope you're not afraid of the dark, mate. Perhaps more bad guys means more work.
Did more damage to me than I thought it would.
Or you did.
We're chilling. I am no longer chilling. Paladin Mike's got me, though. Oh, Doc killed something. I'm good.
Ready to crack some skulls?
Yeah, J-Bridge.
Fancy.
That's a big issue. Establishment left is not active enough at local levels, and the primary thing that the right did following their, you know, new election denial meta is they started targeting local elections. You know, school boards, city councils, things like that.
Controls wanes. You've held off the assault.
An entire army, and not one of you can give me
And
a
the left
challenge?
didn't do shit.
Watch it, Fate Maker. You haven't even seen me try.
Over here, fate maker. Honestly, I didn't quite believe it. But you fight like something out of a legend. Oh, you are a
This is how people grow up denying horrible shit ever happened and denying any truth. Yeah, this is how we have Holocaust deniers in 2023.
undead that made it into the city.
Better hurry if you're gonna stop me and save the world. I can only drag my feet destroying Brighthoof for so long.
Bloody gates are closed.
Keep in mind,
I'll get us.
MLK was one person ago. One single person ago.
Lord Sky! Open up the gate!
Holocaust was 2 people ago.
Passwords
If you can measure
gate.
things like that in single-digit counts of people, and we, in the information age, still have issues with large numbers of people denying shit ever happened,
Open the gate!
you know, education has failed.
But get ready. It's gonna be a right mess in there.
People do have a horrible grasp of time. Yeah, Dingleberry Slim. Very true. So the rights movement was that long ago. And we know exactly how
As you enter Brighthoof,
that would have gone
total carnage.
in the 2020s, because in 2020, we had the biggest US-based civil rights movement since
Come on, we have to clear
MLK
this.
Jr.
We'll make our stand in the main
And yet there
square.
were people out here painting it as terrorism.
Yes, push on, my armies of unyielding darkness. Once I take this city, the
Remember,
whole world
one person
will
ago,
come to my hands.
and that's all it took for people to forget.
Is this working for you? I want you to hate me. I'm talking true loathing, like
Man, Dire Sacrifice is just so satisfying. Like the dots doing work too.
You defeat the ambush, but you see that the drawbridge to the inner walls has been
There's
raised.
no national politician. I mean, no national politician cares about individual people. They only care about themselves and their careers and the money they can get. Yeah, and you do see that. I hate using the both sides of the political aisle thing because that gets used on shit. Hang on, this is not a both sides issue. But in this particular instance, both sides thing. You can see things like every time the California governor opens his fucking mouth,
I'm not gonna make you roll for that.
he's just trying to run in 2024, and we all know it.
Every time.
Come on! Main square is this way!
The skeleton who brings me the queen.
And that's also why the
Novelty turkey drumsticks.
right just campaigns culture war, because they don't have policies. They're not trying to improve people's lives.
As the last lifeless skellyman clatters to the cobblestones, realize you've done it.
For Minnesota, some city blocks are burned down by people disguising as protesters. Yes, every movement is infiltrated by people trying to cause degradation of the message.
Good to be a hero.
Happens every single time.
I gave it a shot playing by
Why do you think the January 6ers used that as a defense? Why do you think they attacked the whole concept of saying the phrase Black Lives Matter is signing off on terrorism? So they could later use the defenses that they are. It's not hard to
Brilliantly done. Over here, Fate Maker.
see why that's the playbook.
You've saved us all, Fate Maker. You are the hero of Brighthoof. Now, about this bloody Dragon Lord business. I'm sure the Queen will be
Bad people disguised as cops too, and it's legal.
the castle gates.
Yeah, because over the past 20 years or so, there's been a lot of messaging encouraging white nationalist groups to infiltrate the military and police forces across the US.
The gates of Her Majesty's castle swing open as Her
So the key thing is, over the last 5 years or so, they've also started going for,
I feel it. It's
you know,
busy.
office.
You spilled your soda.
Yes, I did, and it was in honor of the queen.
I was there for the 69th Dire Sack.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll tell him. Yeah, okay. So
I think the people who run on helping their communities always come from places with the worst communities because they need the problem to stick around so they can run on it again.
pushed back the Dragon Lord's attack. His downfall.
There is an interesting conversation to be had, Roddy, about a lot of people have this instinct to slam the door behind them, right? Like,
Yeah, it's a sort of souls. Although, thank you, Valentine, for paying attention to the exposition.
the Mindy Kalings of the world. Let's put it that way. People from marginalized groups who make it their business to punch down so that no one else can do what they did.
This whole quest and everyone in it. I want that sword.
Intense, but it's in the right spirit. Mostly.
Sound familiar?
Her Majesty says that the sword of...
Because at the end of the day, like, why hold the door open so other people can get theirs when you could just have yours and get more? This theory, most people went to school with military, healthcare, other social work. I did see, it popped in my recommended. I haven't watched it yet. I added it to my watch later, but there's like a,
The Queen says that the sword was...
like, a documentary is a strong word, but like a deep dive into the Mean Girls to Nurses pipeline. And I was thinking about it, and a lot of people I went to high school with who, you know, I wouldn't necessarily trust in healthcare, did end up studying nursing. And with things like early COVID, we saw a lot of anti-vax nurses. So, like, makes you wonder.
Hey, she's just trying to make us learn exposition. Shoot her in the face a lot.
What did Mindy do? Openly racist, classist, transphobic, and is currently being cooked by everyone, including the racist, classist, and transphobes for the Velma show. Like, everyone's cooking her right now.
Classic narcissist. I saw a lot of myself in her.
That's not gonna work on me, you cutie dummy. I told
That sounded just like blood out of skeletons, my immersion. Bone marrow. I'm just taking the bone marrow.
Did you hear what she said about me? Not that bad. Nice try. But she can't retcon turning me into the villain in all her campaigns. No, wait. There was that one.
Wish we could just let that show die in obscurity. It's unfortunately going to be one of those things that gets talked about for a long time. It will live in infamy. Now, it might die down in like a year or so, kind of like Morbius style, you know? But it's still going to be one of those things that's infamously bad. But probably has a longer longevity, there's a greater longevity there because it's not innocently bad, it's just problematic and bad. Stop giving it attention.
not gonna kill me that easy. She's ruining my favorite part of killing things, which is that they shut up and stay dead.
What did you do again? Outed herself as a racist and a transphobe again. She does frequently.
Ooh, dark magic. Gives you health-stealing powers.
Sounds evil, but let's call it morally gray.
I paid for having my bone marrow removed.
Grave robbing, huh?
I mean, make me an offer.
Knew you weren't completely boring. I'm still gonna beat you.
Didn't even name your pet? I didn't.
Get to know each other. Somewhere nice and quiet. Like your grave.
Are you the way that you are? Inquiring minds want to know. I like going into build-based games and having questions that no one had answered. Like, I'm sure no one's ever wondered how many dire sacrifices it takes to beat the game on C50 with a partially geared run. But I want to know.
Soul takes off for the large ruins up the hill. Leave a stallion coming in with
The Royal Hoof of Doom!
Oh, vaguely related to the whole, you know, shit person being cooked by everybody thing. And sort of a weird twist of fate. Apparently, renowned piece of shit Keemstar is being dragged again, but like this time, it's because he supports trans rights? Did I see that properly on Twitter? Apparently that whole, you know, sphere of right-wing baiting man-children content creators just turned on him for saying that he supports trans people.
Ah, what is that? Burn it! Stab it! Kill it!
I would love a fact check on that if that's not true, because
This is why I
reality's weird.
just to be sure.
Prior to this, what did she do or say? Openly supports J.K. Rowling directly in her punching down at trans women.
As the mimic dies, it belches out the goopy tone of fate.
Is one example.
You're gonna have to read it aloud on the altar outside.
My old nemesis.
Reading?
Out loud.
Don't know who this person is. Basically one of those
Place the tome of fate upon the pedestal.
weaponizing clickbait and bad faith dialogue for
Does not divide us.
he's a controversy engine.
Brings us together.
Tries to find the shittiest thing to say and says it for clout every time.
Ooh, I like that. Fate brings us
There was
together. That's going on my vision
a
board.
content creator a few years ago who took his own life, and this guy just bullied him, like post-mortem, just bullied him.
You know, fate brought us together. Play games.
Oh, you idiot! You caught up. Not gonna do you much good though.
So that kind of person having a humane take is a little unexpected.
The moldy barrel was filled with decay. Dead gross stuff. It's full of nasty.
Yeah, Micro, that is who we're talking about.
Gross cat. Oh god.
You're good. What a shame you and your stupid queen are gonna die once the deal gets the sword.
Not transport explicitly, at least.
Well, I slipped before.
Saw a couple tweets
You'll never get the
that
sword.
had the trans flag in them, but take your word for it. I don't exactly follow the guy. DM'd you a link? Cool. I'll have to check that out. Generally don't trust his BS because while I believe people can grow, he's made fun of suicide. Exactly. That's what I brought up. Doesn't forget the shit he's on. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, a horrible human being having one good take
Body of the zombie
does not absolve them of being a horrible human being.
You have impressed her royal hotness with your courage and total badassery. She will now grant you entrance to the sacred chamber that holds the Sword of Souls.
Just like Salt in the Moon. Yeah, it's there's money in it somehow.
Almighty robot police.
It's a deflection from something.
Kill this zombie.
There's something to that.
Give me that sword. You can't even use it right. It needs to be charged with
Run since we should have
gold.
a larger platform as does. That's the thing though, Micro. This ties back into how
And the souls of living
discoverability and reach
at least one soul nearby
on the internet works. No matter what it is, negativity has more reach. So, like, being a shit human gets you more clout. Just end of story. That's it.
Clatters to the ground. Like this. Clatter, clatter, clatter.
I don't think it's gonna work out between us, love.
Now you must take the sword back to Brighthoof. A town portal opens up.
It's not one of the worst people you know. Just made a good point, meme. Yeah. And sometimes when the motive is apparent enough, you can see when people are fishing for that reaction. Like, the other day, Andrew Tate dunking on Logan Paul. It's like, no, you don't get points for that.
Double entendre.
You're you. You don't get points for that.
As you place the sword into the fountain, soul energy swirls through it and out in the city.
Out of jail? No. Still in.
All the fires are extinguished. The houses get put
At least
back
last I saw.
together. The crowds are cheering for you. We love you, Fate Maker.
Thanks. I love me.
He's out now? I thought they,
Blood Stallion says to,
I guess maybe they filed for a motion to
gonna do some
extend.
special for ya.
his imprisonment. Maybe they didn't get it. Good, not good, yeah. So they originally, I was reading, they extended how long they were holding him because, explicitly because they thought he was a flight risk. So if he's out, then like, wonder what changed there.
The city is safe, prosperous, and skeleton-free. Now that the siege has been lifted, you'll want to avail yourself of our amenities. Start by visiting the blacksmiths.
Actually did get arrested, yes, after he doxed himself while trying to dunk on Greta Thunberg on Twitter. He doxed himself and provided proof of residence in the country that had been investigating him and trying to get him for human trafficking.
Now, I can't offer you any weapons or armor directly on account of my exclusivity contract with the Crown and to keep the vending machine stocked. I'm a proud part of the military pre-industrial complex, you see, but I can offer you expansions of your carrying capacity. More bullets, more loot, more fun. Free sample of me wares on the house. Ah, fine choice. Now, while you're
He is in prison? Okay, there we go.
go talk to the lovely
Yeah, the last update I had read was they had extended
soda.
from 30 days to 60 days, I think. Specifically because the Romanian police believed that he would just flee.
The tavern keeper waves you over. And, that way
Which, should be mentioned, he moved to Romania because their laws when it comes to sex crimes are lax.
To Izzy's Fizzies, where all liquids consumed on premises are just soda and nothing else. Are you the new fate maker?
Following him getting away with other sex crimes in the UK because their laws were lax, but it was like a barely thing, so he went to Romania.
Well, thanks for nothing. Half the town was barricaded in here, and they were slurping down Virgin Shirley temples like it was the end of the world. I'm only judging ya, fate maker. You did us a mighty fine favor. Now, out of thanks for saving our city, let me avail you of our amenities here in the Soda Tavern. Here's a magical quick change kiosk if you need to change anything fundamental about your entire being. It's free, weirdly enough. Right this way.
Now that is a look.
And right here is our lost loot machine. Very popular. Any nice stuff your enemies drop but you happen to miss will just show up right in here.
Yeah, Dex, if you're still here, I totally forgot to do the thing that you mentioned, but I'll try to do that for the next challenge run, I think.
It's been so busy, and I've been pulling non-alcoholic pints all on my own today. Oh, listen to me, lip flapping while you could be off adventuring. Have a busy day.
Name the pet.
Fate maker!
Um,
Got a little surprise for you. The queen is so
Yeah.
impressed that she wants to knight you. Ha! Bloody congrats. Come meet us in the main square.
All right, we did Valentine's dumb quest stuff. Let's go pillage the countryside. I want some loot.
it's now Quag Chat.
Heroes don't pillage? No, we're almost done with the quest. I want to see what happens.
I remember his Dex asking for it to be named.
I can't believe it. The queen is dead.
But Stallion! No!
There is also audio of him calling one of his victims and bragging to her. Snowspawn.
Oh, she really thought she
But yeah, let's move on from that subject matter. It's infuriating.
Not this time. I'm in control now.
The Fate Maker is lost. What once felt so sure is now fragile and broken. Still, one truth remains standing amidst the wreckage. The forces of evil must be stopped.
Okay, so,
I always forget to run to the dock immediately here.
What now? It's coming from beyond the docks. Come on, Fate Maker. Oh no. The pyramid has awoken.
So we're on a pretty good pace right now, because the mobbing is like, as long as we have open sight lines. Dire Sack is a wide radius, so we can take out a lot of enemies at once. And if we get a good chain together, it's kind of like Feral Surge, where if we kill enough with it, we just get another one.
Hey, ask him if we're still getting night.
But unlike Feral Surge, we can hit flying enemies pretty easily with this, so that's useful.
You are in mourning. I'm getting that sir in front of my name.
I know we're still in the morning.
So bossing will be slower throughout, but mobbing on average should be faster than both of the other runs.
But you do deserve an honor for what you've
Yeah,
done.
I don't know what time this will work out to.
Kneel.
Are you getting your cooldown? I have a
Crouch.
double rolled cooldown passive on my amulet, but I also have Berserker Capstone. So every kill is 20% cooldown refund.
I name thee Squire of the Realm.
Squire? Man, that's some dragon dude.
I do also have a level 1 rage handle with Ancient Hilt, but I'm not really using that outside of bossing.
Your new quest is none other than to save the Wonderlands itself.
They're a Dire Sack build called Slampire or something. I think that's a Moxie build.
Back the Sword of
Back at
Souls
Chaos
and
20 though,
avenge our queen. You'll need a vessel. Speak with
by
the
my
gods.
recollection. Made soup? Ooh, what kind of soup?
The resources we have are at your command, Fate Maker.
What kind of soup we talking?
Squire of the realm.
Lemon chicken orzo with spinach? Ooh, that sounds really good. Lemon chicken is a classic.
Let us begin construction post-haste. Come and craft your new vessel here.
Lemon juice is one of those ingredients that, like, whenever I'm cooking, I use so much of it. It's just a staple. Anytime I make chicken, you gotta have the lemon juice. It's fundamental. It's foundational.
Mine eyes have never seen such a beauty of the seas.
She's a wreck.
Nonsense.
To lemon and everything.
Her the good ship
Yeah,
of
there's
Masaki.
always a good use for lemon juice.
Wait! Before you cast off, you must
It's also very healthy. It's good for you.
or you'll be pulled down to a watery grave by Drill, whose chains are the sea.
What?
Spinach makes you like Poppy. Poppy and Popeye are two very different things.
That's just how it works, man. Gotta follow the rules or get cursed drowned.
Unfortunately, our resident bard disappeared in the invasion.
Death is the artist's critic.
What? No, he fell in love
Hi,
with a
Pop.
person and they eloped. There is one other man who can bless your ship, though he is only a half-bard. Still, he may now be your only hope for crossing the ocean. I last saw the half-bard heading into the
Spinach Poppy.
If you return from those woods, find him, if he yet still lives.
Next time I'll have to see if I can just go through that area transition without waiting for the dialogue. Probably can.
Tina, you left the cheese curl on the board.
What? No, I didn't.
It's right there. It's in the way of our character.
Maybe it's not a cheese curl. Mayhaps it is a powerful ancient meteor that fell from the heavens millennia ago.
Different muscle.
It's got a lock.
Yeah.
So you gotta go to a dungeon that I totally already had ready to get the key to unlock it.
It does skip the dialogue. Yeah, I think it's pretty fair to say there's a blanket statement that area transitions that are available will skip whatever dialogue is going. Because I haven't experienced an instance where that has not been the case. But I suppose, like, my BL3 brain is like, hey, don't hard block yourself. Because to this day, there's still the several ways that not following Typhon properly can hard lock your save in BL3. They've tried to fix that so many times.
If I'm going down, you're coming with me.
The thing in 3 and not Wonderlands, yeah. Which is good. Improvement. I ran through a barrel. So that tire sack's gonna be, weak. There we go.
Found some of the red stuff.
See what I mean about needing good line of sight for this?
Welcome back, my cranial companion.
This guy was like just around the corner.
You know, it's really
Kind of killing them onesie twosies. Leaving Sanctuary early can soft lock you. Amazing.
Oh, well. Are you dead already?
It's sort of, dark, but character voice lines directly say that dire sacrifice really hurts to do. So, like, damn. My character's going through it this run. I was away from keyboards here. You talk about not doing the thing that works for you. Sure, you're getting tired of the storylines now. I've been enjoying paying attention to certain sections of dialogue that I normally just kind of autopilot through, but I think after this one, I'll start using the skip. You know, it is a sacrifice? Yeah. Your character should eat more spinach so they can be like Poppy.
Looks like someone's still on turn.
New gamer tag just dropped, chat. Spinach Poppy TV.
Alright, let's get the key so we can unlock the cheese curl.
Powerful ancient meteor.
Okay, we unlocked the cheese.
Opened up in-game chat. I forgot that's a thing. I don't think I've ever actually used this.
The powerful ancient meteor begins to rise from the ground. Woo!
Video gamer tag, yes.
The heavens from whence it came.
That name should definitely be Poppy. I'll change it next time I walk by a customization station. You're gonna be able to even think of guns like Master Crossbow, Moonfire, etc. work well with crit builds that aren't rocket launchers.
The wind rises and engulfs you. Soul energy weighs heavily in the air.
I mean,
You have reached.
the theory crafter in me hates the phrase crit build. I know what you mean.
And then mushrooms grow out of the rotting corpses. Now it's mega dank. Are you happy?
Well, just how dank are we talking? I need a dank ranking. Gotta rank
Just
the
guns with high crit mults. I mean, Unforgiven.
Oh, you need me to crank out a dank rank? Well, the Franks would. Okay, vibe check, vibe check. How's the party feeling?
I'm great. I'd be even better if Valentine had
Monocle if you ADS.
killed.
Whoa, how was that my fault? And why do you care? You can't even remember her name.
If we'd gone pillaging like I said, maybe we could have stopped the Dragon Lord. But no, you wanted to play hero.
Okay, vibe check. Half bard, half
One pump jump. One pump jump does not do damage. Don't use that.
Get his attention.
It is about comparable to if you made one Hellwalker pellet non-Ellie. That's the one pump jump.
I need to get across the ocean and put my boat up the dragon.
I'm gonna fight ADS Monocle. It has a crit mult while you're ADSing. Not as big as like Unforgiven and stuff, but it's a sniper. You could snipe. Moonfire always wanted to be good, but every throw-down pistol is kind of lame. Moonfire is really good if you have a lot of trigger discipline. Stoneswan uses it to great effect in dot stuff on Amara. It's good at that. Luckily Zane makes everything good, not one pump jump.
I see a problem, mate. Happens to a lot
At least not to a point where it's better than a purple.
What a rat idea! No wonder you're the hero! Luke Solo!
Which is kind of a common Jacob's shotgun L in that game. Robin's Call, worse than a blue Jacob's shotgun. One pump chump, worse than a purple Jacob's shotgun. Odd that that happened as many times as it did. That was a chunky one. Just wouldn't be disappointed. Yep, name checks out. First, I found the Moonfire to be the most funny and stop giving a shit about maximizing the damage, and they have to spam the shit out of it. It is cool to just go 1, 2, and then you're like, oh, it's 3, it's 3. Dot duration go crazy. Hey, Higgy Brit, how you doing? Robin's Call makes me so sad. It's my favorite gun for a long time. It's just so bad. It's just got no redeeming qualities. Like, even the whole, hey, you get ammo back thing. Okay, it doesn't shoot fast enough for ammo to ever be a problem.
Dragon Lord is using the crystal thorns to leech the magic out of the forest?
See, now that's what I'm talking about.
Like, I kind of want to see how long it would take to consume your entire ammo stock
Because it's evil?
of a Robin's Call. Like, without refilling, just shooting it all, see what happens. Probably a while.
Right now.
So, like, the gimmick doesn't even do anything. Most Chinese single target guns, you're using non-splash crit based guns on Mo's. Results aren't going to be great, just putting that out there. For multiple reasons. One, good luck seeing crit spots while doing Mo's things. Two, splash weapons are hugely important to her damage because splash is one of the things double dip by short fuse, but also Torque Cross Devotion is a damage increasing skill. Fire in the Skagden triggers on splash damage. Speaking of Fire in the Skagden, it does not increase on critting. You can test this with any gun. Shoot body shot, and then get a headshot with Skagden specs on both. And it is the same number. Skagden does not increase with crits at all. So you have no reason to crit on most, since Skagden is also usually just bigger than your damage number. Entire Slaughter Shaft easily with Moonfires? Yes, that's Slaughter Shaft in your most. Not saying that the thing you're doing, you know, isn't worth your time if you enjoy it. Just know that, like, you are fighting an uphill battle against most of the mechanics of your character. I just like the sound effect the call weapons get. It is satisfying. That was good for all of us with poor aim. So true. That's so satisfying. I was going to change the meta, just make fun stuff fuck around with. Yeah, totally valid. Drill gets the call sound effect. Just sucks your aim's obstructed. Yeah, it's very awkward to see while shooting that thing. One saving grace, I guess, is that Love Drill only has visual recoil. So, like, the barrel of your gun kicks up, right? But it doesn't actually move in terms of where your bullets go. So you can, as long as you know you're lined up, just spam the trigger and they all go to the same place. It's a very accurate weapon.
Wanna cross plays with the best, do ya? Hardly getting started. No, that's fine. Your smile's all I need.
Speaking of call weapons, it's kind of fun to think about the overall balance of them, because they've been very well liked since BO3 launch, right? Like, at launch, Lucian's Call, Rowan's Call, King's Queen's Call, very popular. They introduced, over time, Wedding Invitation is a call weapon. Robin's Call is a call weapon. Now, Robin's Call has always been shit, but Wedding Invitation was real good for a while. But now, here in 2023, Wedding Invitation and Robin's Call are terrible. Kind of besmirching the good name of call weapons, you know?
Behold the horrid.
Mac, welcome back.
Oh, the Banshee. This early? Watch out, Blade Maker. He's going for a total party one.
Ooh, that was more damage than I expected. Was that a crit? It might have been a crit.
You got this, hero! This solo goes out to you! Quick, quick!
See, like, this is one of the things that after field testing I was like, I probably need the Frostburn for this. But it's just kind of fine. Once skulls spawn too, I can get better cooldown as well. Oh, I picked a bad time to get hit.
Well, well, look what the cat coughed up.
Nice. Guys get skulls in this fight, console players probably. Oh yeah, those don't spawn properly in console, do they? Or was that Zomboss that the ads don't spawn?
Impressive.
Or is it both? Could be both.
Banshee mopped the floor with high-level characters.
A Vibing Spirit Rune, that drop's actually insane.
But then she left me
That shit goes crazy.
sanity, which,
That's good.
you know, I mean, good for her, guy's a hunk. No! The
High damage, single shotguns take advantage short piece of their damage boost are meta. Actually, challenge. Okay, so again, not one pump chump because that thing is not high damage. Master Crossbow works there if you can actually hit with it. But yeah, Master Crossbow would work.
Someone out there! Let me out!
Muffled voice seems to be coming from a caged crystal, hanging before the corrupted heart.
Get me out of here!
Zomboss was fixing the last patch. Sick.
Hell yeah! Barry Punchfather, you're alive! Thanks to your badass
Clairvoyance without a master part. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, Clairvoyance. Semi-auto Clairvoyance would be really good there.
You! Come in!
Based pick.
Know me?
Well, we haven't really met, but I'm the Fairy Punchfather. As long as magic's been around, I've been here to protect it. Mostly by punching. I've seen enough heroes in my time to know when I've been saved by one.
Can you fix his magic loot? He needs to bless our ship.
Can I? Ah! I'm the one he wanted from in the first place.
favorite parts of the series is the oceans we build along the way are real. The call pistols get splashed in them. Ricochet, yes. King's Call, Queen's Call, and Rowan's Call all have splash ricochets. Wedding Invitation too. Just all of them but Lucian's and Robin's have splash ricochets. Dire Sacon, is this a challenge run anymore? Just straight up pain run. Pain for the character, but like this has actually gone better than the Barrage run, I think, thus far. Or at least it's felt smoother. Because the mobbing is good. Flying enemies aren't a problem, unlike with the previous two challenge runs. And our survivability is quite high.
That one right there.
Head Explosion is more fun than Wedding Invitation IMO. I tend to agree. Big Head Explosion fan. One thing to keep in mind though with Head Explosion is the ricochets can kill you. I have downed myself with my own Head Explosion ricochets many times. And like on Moe's, there's not even a chance of you surviving one. Other characters, maybe you can live one. On Moe's, absolutely not. Bird of Prey? I know Stone Swan really likes the Bird of Prey. I've never really used it much personally, but he likes it, so. Hey Coffee, how you doing? Hope you're well. You were right in time for the best part of the game.
I guess I'm using it as an escape too. Out there.
Got the name of the Gun DLC 2 side quest with Bird or whatever. 7 cents? I don't think that really fit in here, because it's also not like single shot focused like Spam.
Noble quest and a chance to be a hero instead of just, you know, the idiot who crashed our spaceship.
What is this kumbaya bullcrap? We're almost there. Just needs one more thing. We hit some ding-a-ling! Ding-a-ling on that ding-a-ling!
Oh yeah, so the BL3 build I've been messing around with, and I'll probably do a little bit later. It's a flacker on flak, but it's increasing your hit count as much as possible, so you just cycle fade away instantly with a flacker shot. Really fun. It's like, in enough density, you shoot your third shot of 3-shot fade, right? And then all the flacker explosions will crit. Then head count triggers, and you just get all your cooldown back. Very fun. I took it through a few True Mal 1 runs last night and one True Guardian run. Flacker on Moe's is such a bad idea. Well, the thing is, if you run the Flacker on Moe's, then you need to either have a way to be immune to your own shots, even just infrequently, or you need to sprint away from your own shots. Best part of this game.
The nefarious ocean has been defeated. Our well-thought-out character-rich story continues!
Flat cubed. Am I doing this when YouTube banned me? Probably. I don't advise doing it.
Good ship Balzania has sailed her last. Rest in pieces, my sweet maiden.
This is my favorite part. Sorry, Urban Mech. The number of runs that I'm doing, that'll probably... Although, the next one I might have dialogue skip on.
Oh yeah, totes my goats. But, though there is no water, many, slightly damp dangers remain.
Whenever I hear the 7 cents, I get sad because I can't get anointments. So here's the thing with that. It doesn't matter. For anything that the 7 cents is not going to do well at, anointments wouldn't save it. So, like, it's still fine for anything that doesn't need the anoints, and it's still bad for anything that does. So, doesn't matter.
Boy, poisonous seaweed blocks your path. Your quest is waylaid until you can find...
Never noticed how Mr. Torgo's position wait for the waves so dramatic. Went full last samurai there. I was thinking Platoon, but yeah, that too.
Your path is blocked by poisonous seaweed. Usually not a problem if you can just swim over it. Good thing I am the greatest alchemist alive, or at least the greatest in my family. The solution is my sea kelp solution. It will melt them away.
Seek help. Seek help.
Instead of melting, the seaweed turns to stone.
I gotta talk to him.
Was it supposed to turn to stone?
Blast and
Boo game.
fix. The solution is not ready. I need the essence of pure snot. Go to the nearby cave and retrieve it for me.
Is there any other kind of kelp? You win this round.
Find the essence of pure snot. Fight your way through.
Taste of my pain!
And crabs are annoying here because they're so onesie-twosies, and if they burrow in like the frame where I'm clicking dire sack, then it's just wasted time.
Oh well, are you dead already? This hurts you
Like that.
more than it hurts me. Probably not much more.
Winner, winner, microwave dinner. $2,800 is not enough quag chads. We better get working on that.
Essence of pure snot is close enough to smell. It will be heavily guarded.
We'll all go together! Give in to the darkness!
Gotta go later, man. Best of luck with the project. Thoughts on Storm? Good gun.
You should have touched,
One of the very few examples of
not died!
when bringing back an item from a previous game was positive. Because they gave the item a chance.
We've got an easy mark over here!
The essence of pure snot. Quickly dig it up. Savor the
You could work with the setup. It would be better than every other gun you've listed because it is splash. And elemental. And has its additional gimmick which helps it with
One essence.
mobbing and triggering various things. Just a better gun than the other stuff you've listed.
Perfection itself. With this, I can complete the solution.
More actual synergies with Mo's.
Now, use this improved sea kelp.
I quite enjoy the
solution
Storm on
blocking your way.
Flak and Mo's.
I am the
Never really used it on Amara.
best alive.
I don't think I've used it on Zane. But I've heard people like it on Zane.
The seaweed melts away, clearing the...
Own Company Man or Toboggan. Toboggan would give you more bang for your buck. And since it is a charge-up weapon, you would likely have the time to just kind of slide before every shot, right?
And so the idiots continued their long, pointless quest, traipsing through the wasteland they made, crushing priceless coral reefs under their boots.
The exposed seabed reveals its hidden treasures to you. There was a lot of junk, and a gate bars your way.
Skills broken on Moe's. Explosive Fury.
Wearing a pirate.
And the purple tree. The one for dot, chance, and
But he's not just
damage.
Skeleton, kill it!
Yeah, that one just doesn't do anything.
Hey, he is not a bado. He's a good boy. He's a special boy.
I'll be the judge of that.
Avast!
I need to get through here.
Aye, ye be wanting to just waltz right through the gates of the briny shelf, are ye? Will ye be speaking to Bones Threewood, cursed protector of the Southern Gate, and I say, sure.
Oh, that was quite simple.
Of course it'll do ye no good. The Nerpen Gate is guarded by a vengeful, murderous, gorgeous buccaneer known as Chartreuse LeChance. He'll never let ye through.
Your opinion on the splash incident, i.e. a weapon being good or bad based on being splashed or not. Maybe not a hard rule, but really strike against the weapon if it doesn't have it. Oh, I said on barrels counter. Hey, Felicia. So you can kind of see around the time when DLC 2 and Mayhem 2.0 happened in Borderlands 3, they started just making more things splash that didn't necessarily need to be splashed or make sense to be splashed, but they did it knowing that that extra set of interactions and that extra multiplier was sometimes the make or break on a weapon's viability. So, like, I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing, because it does add depth. There's downsides, but it adds depth. But they also made a bunch of types of splash. For example, the Sandhawk and Guardian Angel, they don't do self-damage until they do. Until you get to a certain range, and then they'll start doing that. Recursion, and I think Anarchy, that kind of splash doesn't trigger Moses' Means of Destruction skill, for whatever reason. And then you have pure zero radius splash that works properly for all that stuff, in the form of the Boogeyman and the Flipper, which, even looking at how they behave, it wouldn't make sense for them to be splashed, but they just are. So, I don't know. I don't love the fact that that is so complex, but I do love the role of, like, hey, splash thing, generally more damage, let's see how I can make this work. Especially the ones that do have a radius, because then there's a downside, right? Like, you need to be careful where you place your shots. It's one of the reasons I think the change to duct tape mod is one of the worst changes they made in the life cycle of that game. Because it removes 90% of the thought and decision-making based gameplay around Zane gun builds, which are already one of the most thoughtless archetypes in that game. Like, getting splash stuff on Zane, huge deal. Huge deal. Because it's a multiplier that he otherwise doesn't have real access to outside of, you know, he just gets the gear bonuses to it. So, splash anoints, class mod, artifact, and it's a huge deal. Because he's got a lot of fire rate, so he can get V1 that way. He's got V2 from Armin Flint. Got a lot of crit. Got a lot of gun damage. And if you use, say, an Executor, he's also got some good cryo damage. Zane's got, you know, other areas of formula covered. Him getting Splash, huge deal. But turning off the downside of that means that majority of Zane builds people play have just degraded to BL2 Sham Fleet, but better.
So what's this bird contraption for?
Hollies, me navigate. We're to take on Lachance and open the Nerpin gate. We needs the help.
Non-LE guns have had that problem in Lance games too. Yeah, they're just kind of there to pad out the part variants. There's no real use case. Like, non-LE has some use cases. For example, the Flacker build that I've been talking about a bunch today. Flacker only rolls in non-LE, radiation, and fire, and that means that the non-LE one is usually your best bet against armor, because it's got the higher base damage and is resisted less than the other two. So, like, that's a use case for non-LE. But those are very few and far between.
Okay, so how do we get this guy to fight?
Easy. Pirate Rule 27B. Spilled broth must be avenged. Break his mug.
And playing Destiny 2, they kind of got the same predicament. Non-LE guns are disadvantaged, they locked away. Well, there you go. Because you get not only the elemental matchup for using it on the correct bar, but you also get your elemental damage boost. So that's two things you're missing out on. And then there's also the fact that non-LE guns don't apply status. And there are lots of powerful elemental guns in lands games that also leave powerful dots.
It's the pirate way. Now we gotta hit him with the cutness, meanness, wake up in a cold sweat 20 years later is comeback. Or we lose.
I think White Rider in this game.
Need options.
Kick Charger and
They used to call them
Field 3.
before your mum used one.
No one talks about Deborah first mate like that. You're getting killed, Hall.
Hardly a challenge.
I'll take the death there. Barrel got me, Felicia. So glad Wonderlands laid out elemental weaknesses in a chart, made them easier to understand. Yeah, they didn't. That was, Felicia made that with, information from Lazy. BL1 Hellfire and really a lot of BL1 guns. One of the things I like about BL1 is it did have much stronger dot support than the
Before the ocean got a boom boom blasted.
What?
Port was a small island pirate town.
The jump pad just told me to go fuck myself? Okay. BL1 had strong dot support.
Town of pirates? I love this.
Strongest until
They're just so free. You know, they take their ships from port to port, answering to no one, searching
yeah, that
for
was
fortune
weird.
and enemy.
Strongest until Amara skill tree.
Just in space.
And then Wonderlands brought it back to a game-wide thing.
Whoa.
I think we lost him.
Like, it just didn't work. That was so weird. Imagine that happening in, like, a One Life. I'd be so upset. Snarp or Tankman Shield were trying. I don't know, Splash. Narp is terrible. Tankman Shield is highly specific in how you need to build to maximize it, and I would say that that specificity is not in Moses' wheelhouse, because things like Short Fuse would be stealing kills.
Blunderboard. You can smell the thief. Smell it in your fleshy nostrils. Rescuers will be in the thicket.
I remember my first on-stream playthrough, I got a saw blades from this chest. Good times.
Next time, learn to pick an easier mark, eh?
Darsack's so cool, you're so cool. Oh, they just keep taking cover. Okay. I had my last co-op playthrough, thought it was because someone else jumped in right before I died. Yeah, no, apparently it just has a fail chance.
Chances are come to now, so you'd best be on your way. Cabby, back to the song.
Oh, what will we do?
Pirate Rule 81D. If a balloon be popped, the popper must be dropped.
Aw, look at you, Reed.
Who cares about some stupid toy balloons?
Now, does Darsack have the range to hit that?
With the pirate rules be ignored. We need to be getting their attention for real. Pop the windbreaker's balloon.
No, it does not. Well, that's not gonna have the range either. Oh man, I can't unequip because inventory full. What did it put in my inventory? That.
Down to the dry depths with ye.
Oh, they blew up Lieutenant's ship!
My best friend there. Your recruits, show these mean-elbowed timber shiverers what your pets are made of. Cabby, stay back. I'll teach these godless cobble kissers a lesson.
Dude, this is where Blood of the Fallen Darsack goes crazy. Look at that. Look at that cooldown. Oh, is his inventory full? He's gonna be using guns and melee weapons? Listen. I don't have a problem. Gotta go enjoy the rest of the stream. Thanks, Micro. You have a good one.
We've gotten to know each other pretty well in the last few minutes. So hear me the tale of woe that brought me down to the depths of what used to be the ocean.
Hell yes. Pirate backstory.
Great, I'm just gonna tune out for a minute.
I was the fiercest pirate captain on the buttery seas. I had a fine ship, a great but I lost it all.
Wait, that's it? You didn't even explain the curse.
Oh, so me pirate backstory be insufficient for ye. Never mind then, ye scurvy cur.
Ha! See? She's got nothing. She always forgets to drop character voice when she's scrambling for a decent motivation.
I'm clicking Dire Sacrifice to keep Enrage up for Cold Snap movement speed. If anyone's curious why I'm clicking it at nothing.
Look, Polly, the whole gang be back together, clank and all. Blood's Threewood. How dare you show your lion face around here? My Charlie,
You don't get to call me that anymore. No matter. While you've been away.
Try to rebuild my channel points, need predictions. I don't know what we're predicting, and also I'm speedrunning, so I'm not gonna set it up, but one of the mods feels like facilitating some gamba. Then sure.
crew, prepare to board. Kill those scallywags. Use
Crazy how we're at 183 here. Didn't we already pass 500 barrages by this point? Prediction, yes or no?
Watch out, crew. That's Deckhand, the most callous sailor of us all. He's gonna put up a fight.
They were stripping me lady for parts. We can't get her sailing in this condition. Grab the captain's wheel. It's Higginsworth the bosun. How's the fresh meat? He'll have stashed our flag below decks, crew. Find it. Good plunder it, crew. Throw her up on the mast and see her dance in the wind. Marley's fearsome sword snout. Place it front and center on the bow. She be looking as fine as a lady can. Over here, we'll raise the Marley maiden back to fighting shape. A ship's got a soul as much as
Ratio.
and I've been practicing my decromancy. Time to get these wooden bones dancing again.
Darsacker Barrage confirmed. I wholeheartedly believe that. Vex.
Slickest clipper bones can find. Away ho, all hands on deck. She's the Marley maiden cutting through our brine.
You also not see channel point redemptions in chat anymore. Are you on mobile?
She flies. Now with crew and ship we can finally get back what was lost. Time to confront the chance. Follow Polly. She'll lead ye to his ship, the Tempest. Score. Set sail.
Say, that chartreuse bloke called you bloods free.
Only one Gamba.
What are you telling
No, on my
us?
computer? Huh.
We deserve the
Yeah, no, I see them in chat.
and there's only one way to
Granted, I am using OBS, but
a tunnel full of music and elaborately staged vignettes.
yeah, they show up in Stream Manager too. Result is tomato. I don't even know what the options were. Rigged.
Name of the man is known to me. Curse took hold. My bow said no. Blow me, both boys, blow. Heed true. Skeleton man, his song will pull her on the sands. One day when our penance is done, we'll
It's tomato and tomato, obviously. You didn't include an option for tomato?
together we stormed o'er many a shore.
Tomato, tomato, tomato.
We both swore. Why, Charlie was my true amour. Blow me, bony boys, blow. Heed true, the skeleton.
You also have Tomatu. I did. That's tomato.
But in my fear
Results invalidated, no ratio.
dealt with the devil and paid in sin. We gained our years but lost our skin. Blow me, bony boys, blow.
Oh yeah, I got him with the old live forever grift. Works all the time. No shortage of wayward souls clinging to the scraps of fading memories. Jeez, listen to me. I sound like her.
Charlie couldn't forgive me. He and his men sunk the Marley.
The Fate Maker walks the land, trying to mend what was broken. Every step reveals another lost hope. The task seems insurmountable, but a hero must.
We're low on points. You'll build them up. It'll take some time sometimes.
Be it, crew. Beyond that wall lies the Tempest scorn.
There's also some things that give you additional points,
Shivers of timbers.
supporting the channel through various ways, but you'll still get them without doing that.
That be LeChance's ship. Beware, he'll be expecting us now. Finally, long gone here, he really has been recruited. Crew,
Booty room. Yes. I have a booty room.
Come to plunge another dagger in my back, Bloods 3-Wood!
Bloods 3-Wood is dead, the chance. Stripped to the bone. I'm Bones 3-Wood now, you treacherous, villainous hunk of a man.
I'll never forgive you for turning us into skeletons. You played with fate and broke my
So I believe shows how to magically vanish when I stop frame dropping and throwing hexes at point blank enemies. I feel like that second bit probably did a lot.
to the Sorcerer's Gate. I'll send your crew to the depths of hell!
And that felt downright efficient. That's cool. Just like a couple quick bonks and get another activation. No downtime. Like, I might actually make an endgame version of this with, like, gear and stuff. Because it's just fun to play Dire Sacrifice this way.
I was so afraid of losing ye that I wasn't thinking straight. You've never thought straight a moment in your life, or
Let's go tick 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 tick.
thank you.
It do be like that.
This curse of ours.
Endgame meeting C100?
Spend the
Yeah.
rest of our deaths making
Meeting C100 and, you know, equipping guns and not using a level 1 melee weapon and equipping a spell.
your pirate wiles, 3-Wood. Me heart be always yours. I accept.
Because I haven't personally seen a Dire Sacrifice setup that's focused on spamming it. Like, Body Rune doesn't maximize the damage here, but it does give an additional dot, which is cool.
You'll find the key to the Nervin Gate in my hidden booty room.
I was back with every Mariah Carey and Mary J. Blige CD.
Found all the treasure I
Mariah Carey's in her slumber for another 10 months.
The gate is open. You have you have traveled far, earning yourself a shortcut back to the previous area.
Who's there? I can barely see a thing. You look fuzzy. Margravine Cellar, the meanest devil cards player in the buttery seas. Trying to cross the ravine, are ya? I know there's an invisible bridge over it, but I can't see it without my magical eyeglasses. I lost them to some coiled, and I just know they cheated. Can you go get them back?
No Mariah's all year around this house because we have taste. Based. No Mariah had 16 albums. It kind of makes sense.
Fight your way in and teach those cheats.
Career length.
Well. All bedtime. Is that it?
I heard 5 in my lifetime. I think I've heard 2. I wasn't ready for that one, pup. How do you have the points to do all of these? That's crazy. That's all I've got? I don't believe you. You're just trying to get my guard down. It's part of the mind games. Streamer hasn't figured it out. I haven't. That was a good one. It's been really cool. I really enjoyed the Feral Surge setup, and so far I've really been enjoying the Dire Sacrifice setup, and I really want to push those as far as I can for Chaos Chamber. Like, obviously we need more damage for higher Chaos. Like, hitting 12k, 70k Dire Sacrifices. It could be better, but we aren't using that Prosper. And that would give us a lot. That's more Thrall stacks and more healing from Sanguine Sacrament. And more Brutal Stampede stacks. Although, do I just end up going Selective Amnesia over Brutal Stampede? Probably not, because Thrall's global. Hey Swin, how you doing? Maybe, I don't know, use weapon spells and actual damage. Remove S keybind, okay. No S key gaming.
Of course, I only need the one lens to read the other player's cards. I'll craft the other into a monocular telescope for you. There.
That was actually awkward in the overworld. Hang on. I didn't think that through at all. Okay. Because I can't turn the camera. Huh. Okay, I can turn the camera that way. It was in a fixed camera thing. I needed to move out of range of that so I could...
Only the barest wisps of sunlight have crept down to this, the deepest trench of the ocean depths. Woo! I just remembered! You're gonna be one of my favorite characters.
I remember when I was your favorite. See how that turned out? Watch your back, Fate Maker, or you might find some fangs in it.
What are you doing down here, smooth skin?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's a little salt on the way she said smooth skin. I'm offended.
We have no dire sacks. No, don't remove my sack. I need it.
Sometimes skin's too dry, sometimes skin's too wet. Ugh. No thanks.
Yeah, you wouldn't get it. It's a skin thing.
Okay, the next person is
That's removing keep on it.
Thanks!
CZ, give me my sack back.
It's a free ocean. I can traipse through it as I please. I am sorry.
Typo. Oh, typo. Okay, yeah.
Of course, you seek passage. I can aid you. Here, take this cipher. Now,
Can't take it back now.
shrine, and let words flow.
How you doing?
Your drill, your.
I can reject it, please.
My mouth tastes like hash now. Only the coiled may be granted passage through the drowned abyss. This cipher grants you our speech. There are 3 more shrines. You must intone their words aloud.
Move W, see how quick I can move that. Just have to crab walk. No, I'm not ruining W in Challenger.
Long ago when we shared skies, before the days of chains, before the dragon.
Well, you can't use the S key type seashells by the seashore. I do not have enough brain power to do that quickly.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's the other way.
Huh.
Huh.
And not just because she used the S word.
Yeah, she's got too many proper nouns going on.
See, that's what I mean with the no brain power thing. I was trying to do it in my head. So I was
Skeleton Man
Not going the right way.
Yeah, he was a pirate.
Okay, well, with your detect intent ability, you can tell that she's a real sweetheart who's honest and trustworthy, and you love her.
Yeah, but the priestess class has the conceal intent ability.
So the barrage run had a lot of trouble here. But, like, we have more movement speed, so we just don't get hit.
Okay, fine, I can't resist lore. What's the deal with the drowning?
This city was once a beacon of civilization, a symbol of
Oh,
united
I clicked dire sack while I was in water.
craved power, and allied themselves with the dread
Whoopsie.
old god known as Drill. When he
I got my
was
sack
cast
wet.
out of the depths by other gods, so too was the city dragged with him.
Sounds like a real bummer.
I was there in the hour of splitting, when our elders cast their lot with Drill against my warnings. Since then, I have stayed as the caretaker of this place, alone, for the maddened cries of what were once my sisters. It was the bumps of bumps.
It was 120k hit.
Ghoulish display of my
Yeah, it must have been a crit. And also, we have full ascension stacks right now, because density.
Came up with a reason for the fire.
This is no ordinary fire, seeker of passage.
It's the hms and uhs.
A fiery fish whose flames burn even underwater.
Right. But all the fish died when we blew up the ocean.
Fine. Then there's one in a chest right in front of you.
That is one dead fish. Could it still light a fire?
Wow, Valentine, I didn't know we had a fishologist in the house. It's a
What's the term for someone who studies fish?
tons of magic.
Like, what kind of ologist is that?
Perfect. Now complete the sacrifice.
All right, newbie.
Thought this game would have ended at chaos 50 through my controller at the wall when another 100 got added. That's a bit weird. Was there someone in your home forcing you to increase your chaos level?
The temple has accepted your sacrifice. Follow that light. It will take you to the final step of your passage.
See? She didn't want to sacrifice you after all. She was cool.
I don't know. Something about her just makes my
I'm sorry, what was that?
skull. It makes my skull crawl.
Ichthyologist. Ah, yes. Ichthyologist.
What word do you want to
Thank
use?
you.
Because there's another S word that you could use. I mean, there's still some time for spontaneous combustion.
Nope. Just using a completely normal phrase that
No, I went to sleep about 50 times attempting the first 50.
Normal.
Well, it seems like you, could have done a little more build crafting to clear more efficiently then. Or just stay on a difficulty level appropriate to your comfort.
Look, I appreciate how hard you're committing to the dumb hero bit, but you do get you're walking right into her trap, right?
Chaos 100 patch made the game better in several ways, but a lot of people who just look at big number bad, did not pay attention to the litany of other changes they made.
And Kasara is there waiting.
Wait, how did she get here first?
Pretty suspicious.
Still love uncapped chaos levels. I would too.
Like her if you just
But, you know, considering the ongoing months-long tantrum people have at the chaos cap going up at all, because they lack the self-awareness or self-control to simply go as far as they want and not farther. If they had uncapped, people would complain even harder. Why we can't have nice things?
What?
When my sisters fell to the temptations of Drill, I blamed myself. I vowed to remain in solitude for my sins.
I have lemon cake. Lemon cake sounds good.
Shown me that passage through hardship can
Dire Sack's always been the coolest looking action skill. It does look really cool, dog, man. Very satisfying to click as well.
and aid you on your quest.
No, what? No. There has
When I got all 7 classes to C100 yesterday, no boosting. Let's go, K-Dog.
sister's attack, drawn by her nefarious spells.
Sisters, I defy you now as I defy
Explain why C100 is a good thing. Because it gives more difficulty options for people who want increased difficulty without introducing extra gear. The top gear on C50 is the same gear as the top gear on C100. So people who just want the best gear are no longer given incentive to go to the highest level that outstrips their, ability to have fun. Additionally, alongside increasing the chaos cap to 100, they restructured how the difficulty and bonus stats scale over the entire system, meaning at every point, farming is better, drop rates are higher, and lower chaos tiers are now phased out as you increase the tier. So for example, at C50, post-change, you no longer get non-chaos tiered gear at all. At C60, chaotic gets phased out, or is it C65? C65. At C75, you no longer get volatile. Everything is primordial or ascended. They also, now I think this one's a bad change personally because it's a player issue, not a game issue, but they lowered enemy damage to appease some people who were complaining that enemies hit too hard. Enemies did not hit too hard, it's a player issue, but they did that. Direct community request. So it made every area of difficulty progression and item farming better. Also with that update, you can put 2,000 crystals into a bunny instead of 500, so you spend crystals slightly faster in fewer pulls, and also the 2,000 pull gets a better ratio of how many items you get. Additionally, the catch-up mechanic that they've had since the first time they increased the chaos cap, where going up to the previous cap happens at a faster rate. You go up by 5s up until 50, so it is the fastest you get to the top gear that they have had of any of the chaos caps. Took 20 runs to get to C20 when that was the cap. And it takes far fewer to get to C50 with 100 at the cap. C50 is where all the gear in the game is available at the highest rolls they can get. So the system is simply better by every quantifiable metric. Only 60 still a lot, but you don't have to do it once. That doesn't unlock any extra tiers of gear, so any gear you get during that, those runs is going to be relevant once you're done. And as proven with the speed run of that I did, doesn't take you all that long. 8.5 hours you can stretch across several days. A couple hours here, a couple hours there. And once again, it's for something you still don't need to do in the first place. Furthermore, this game's about Chaos Chamber. It's not like you're missing out on other activities. You're just doing Chaos Chamber. Typing that as you were saying it. Sharing a brain cell. 8 hours if you don't need gear? Yes. And if you do need gear, you need to spend time assembling that gear anyway. Like, what are you gonna do if you go through that 8.5 hours without getting the gear and you get through it? Okay, you have C100 unlocked and you don't have the gear for it. So you can't do well on it anyway. Gives you time to actually gear up. C50 versus C100 similar to OP0 versus OP10? No. There are no similarities to OP levels, barring broad strokes the concept of increased level items and the fact that you need to do playable content to unlock them. Other than that, there are no similarities. I think that ours is a floor. It could still be pushed faster than that, but, you know, for an average player, yes, that is towards the faster end of what you can expect. People also don't realize that it's a trial. It's supposed to be checking your build and your optimization synergy. Right. Obviously, for a player who's done the climb before, it can sometimes be annoying. But we have seen the alternative. BL3, where you didn't have to do anything to get the highest level, and that game ended up in a state of permanent power creep. Also, things like the Guardian Takedown got gutted 5 days into their existence because people did not have the self-control to go in with a build or to adjust their difficulty appropriately. And for anyone who would say, well, we can have a middle ground between having to go up one by one and having to do nothing, and my answer to that is exactly what we have. We are in that middle ground. We have the catch-up mechanic for the first 50 levels of progression. That is the middle ground. It is 60 runs, not 100 runs. It is very close to the middle. If you unlock some catch-up mechanic for C50 100, if you've done the full climb once in your profile, from unlocks like blue dice. People are just gonna abuse that. Like, there's already people who run around boosting each other. Like, they'll jump in a friend's lobby, and they'll have them do a chaos trial. I've seen reports that apparently that doesn't work anymore, which, big if true. But also just the downloading of save files and things like that. People are still gonna just bypass that. So you think every account that has ever downloaded an endgame save file should just, like, have automatic access? I know you're not saying that, but the game simply ends up being better balanced when there isn't forced progression. Many builds fall off between 50 and 100 regardless of top tier gear. Yes, that is how difficulty works. If difficulty does not weed out, you know, some less efficient choices, then it's not doing its job.
Can balance ever be restored? Is it enough to defeat evil, or must it be destroyed?
At least in a build crafting based game, I should say. How forgiving is C100 compared to C50? Anything that is, like, good at C50 still works well enough at C100. Anything that was struggling at C50 won't work well at C100. Miss Loot Dice, good bit of effort they put into hiding them all over the game. Would have liked the option to do that again if I wanted. Yeah, the world does feel kind of empty without the loot dice. When builds don't make it to C100, they're still fun to play at the level in which they plateau. And you can see that in action with these challenge runs I've been doing. I didn't do Feral Surge at C100, I didn't do Barrage at C100, I didn't do Dire Sacrifice at C100. I could force them to work, but it would be less enjoyable, so I'm comfortable doing the runs on an appropriate difficulty level. It's that simple. Been playing Wonderlands co-op playthrough with my good buddy at Impress, and I'm impressed how fun this game is for co-op. I feel like people forget about the pure fun factors and focus so much on endgame. I gotta agree with that too, Dogman. Like, in terms of lands game co-op, Wonderlands is one that I've had the most fun with. Co-op Chaos Chamber on launch was so hype. Just really, really fun. And with the super extended runs they've done, you know, the 29 room chamber runs, optimizing crystal roots and doing those with friends has been really enjoyable. Like me, Rune, Stone Swan, and Lazy had a lot of fun playing together through a few of those runs. Like, we were gonna do one, but we ended up just doing several because it was fun. The first time I fought the Maker was with me, Lazy, Ramen, and Joe, and none of us had done it before. It was just really enjoyable.
I'd love to know how to do that.
I can show you how to dispel hexes once I have my body.
So Wonderland's a fun co-op game. I feel like the Borderlands series gets called good co-op games just because they have co-op. Having co-op does not make you a good co-op game. Rune and I were talking about it the other day. I was saying I'd like to see something close to D3 with a few changes on the normal ones. You choose difficulty, but you don't lose the option of trials starting in 0-1. I'd like to see something like that for the one to speed up trials. Still keep the option of having access to 100 if those want to try out. Might not run 100. If it was something like Greater Rifts where, you know, you could unlock more based on your performance, or, you know, that sort of deal, then sure. But there still has to be some enforced progression, because if we do not have that, then we end up with BL3 balancing. Where I love BL3, I love the build crafting, but it's largely because nothing was ever reined in power, and they stopped nerfing things because people complained constantly anytime it happened, even if it was in the minority of their balance decisions. At no point did BL3 ever nerf more than buff, but people sure acted otherwise.
This hurts you more than it hurts me. Probably not much more. Look out! Damn, never mind.
Uh-oh. Job bonus blocked off by another barrier hex.
I can dispel this thing, but how about all this
So it won't be almost going to be working nail shot full time, making certain inconsistent checks. Sorry to hear. Ooh, this will be a juicy one. Oh yeah, look at that. That was good. Bottom line though is play and make builds the level feel comfortable about, because otherwise what's the fucking point? Exactly. Exactly that. A lot of people spent a bunch of energy complaining about Chaos 100 existing when they had no interest in playing the game at all. Ignoring the fact that a large majority of the changes made in the Chaos 100 patch were direct community requests that made the game better. Just exercise the self-control to consume media in a way that makes it enjoyable for you. I'll let the bone hole get you this time. Yeah, I'll be careful with the bone hole. I won't let my sack slip down into the bone hole. Only 261 this far in. It's kind of wild. Yeah, Dire Sacrifice has just been very efficient thus far. Like, we're at already, like, 700 barrages at this point, right? Split screen's still pretty messed up. Yeah, unfortunately. Game devs don't seem to, know how to do split screen anymore.
There's a smaller, less cool elevator nearby that you can use to get up higher.
Gamers angry about something? Shocking.
Sorry, it's just not as cool.
Skeletons make everything cool. I don't know what else to tell you.
Gotta go work meeting? Sounds good.
Look at all this
847 at Paths of the Chalices. Wild.
doing here.
Wild.
Seen those crystals around. Quartz naturally absorbs soul energy. Even sucks it right out of the ground.
I've never fallen there before.
Been using his armies to mine it out, but then he ordered me to start turning
I got
people into
bopped in midair.
Man, I refused. And now look at me.
I mean, yeah, okay. It sounds bad when he says it, but the guy's body is crazy full of
Like people complaining about how difficult OP10 is, just play OP0, zero benefit to OP10 games otherwise.
soul ripped out of your body.
Now, I think that's a separate issue because OP10 was actually just bad game design. Whereas C100 isn't. Like, C100 does not have the issues that OP levels do. It's an entirely separate beast. But they're being perceived similarly because people see big number and they throw controller at wall. Literally, apparently.
Relic storage area is somewhere in this mining camp. What's got the coiled all riled up? I haven't seen them up here in eons.
We had what I'm gonna call a religious disagreement.
You know, I've heard a lot of talk about heroes, and to be fair, most of it's coming from other necromancers. But I'm starting to see why you guys have the reputation you do.
Oh, that was a juicy one. That was good.
I'm sensing some relics. They're definitely in here, in the unliving quarters. All right, see which one of these relics is the strongest. We need a
Here's where I was in the VOD, so 577 less at this point. That's crazy. And like, I've been using Dire Sacrifice outside of combat as well to keep Enrage up for movement speed. So some of these were just not even me attempting to hit enemies. This action skill is efficient. And this is a good comparison because this is the same chaos level as the barrage run.
So none of the relics are good enough?
None of the relics
Oh, you can never level your chaos level. That's your comfort level. Absolutely.
Did you mean to say wink?
Yes.
The great thing about having difficulty systems with multiple options is that there's options for everybody. And we have, on top of chaos level, we have the in-game difficulty setting. I'm playing on intense, where I have more punishing elemental resistances, and I deal 15% less damage, enemies deal 15% more. That is intense difficulty. You do not have to have that. You could have balanced, where everything's normal. You could have relaxed, where enemies deal less, you deal more. And you have the most forgiving elemental matchups. Like, there's so many tools for difficulty in this game. If only people would actually decide to use them. And playing through story on intense difficulty, I'm enjoying it more than balance, to be honest. That's my personal taste as well. But the fact that the options are there is good. There is no objective right answer, contrary to what people would have you believe. You do not have to play intense C100 to be valid. You don't. It's crazy that simultaneously the Lands community is so averse to difficulty, but they also shit downwards onto anyone who doesn't go to the highest difficulty. Like, how could you believe both of those things at the same time? Yet, here we are.
The Skelevator grinds to unlife.
They don't actually want difficulty? You're absolutely right, they don't.
Hey, who's doing necromancy? Skeleton stuff is my brand.
Let's go for a ride. Time to get my beautiful body back.
Just big number. Completely correct, J-Bridge.
Welcome to my bachelor pad.
Nice as far as our size skulls go.
Don't even want to play the game. Also true.
The Wastard's body floats above an obvious boss arena.
Whole thought process was, if my build can't do a Malin takedown, it's a bad build, and I realized build just isn't necessarily made for that kind of content. Yeah, there's a few builds in BL3 that struggle in the takedowns, but I really enjoy them in like slaughters and stuff. Like the Flacker setup I was talking about isn't exactly fantastic in some areas of Guardian takedown. It works, but it's not quite efficient. But it's really good in Malin takedown and really fun. So normalize doing things that are appropriate for your situation to allow you to enjoy.
Yes, you may die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. If I'm going down, you're coming with me.
Okay, dealing with the Spectral Leeches is kind of hard here, because you can't dot it, so I need to kill it with the direct damage from Dire Sacrifice.
Well, look what the cat popped up.
There we go.
Can't even beat this regular boss. Chance you have against a final boss.
It's a good one. Must have been off crit. Yeah, that was a crit.
Fine, take it. Whatever. Guy's nose is always stuffy anyway.
Not exactly as expected.
Sucks.
So they're gonna tell everyone individually what's going on in their job. Yeah, one of those workplaces. Gatekeeping difficulty, but also you're trash if you don't go on the highest difficulty. Yep. Well, it's the gatekeeping, and it's also gatekeeping people from shit that they can't handle either.
I was going easy on you.
Or
Now,
don't
you
want to
should
handle.
help us out.
It's like, I can't do it. You need to suffer through what I'm doing. Like, no, that's not how that works. Gatekeeping in general is just one of my least favorite things ever.
Spare your hexes. But there is a cost.
charged to your soul. I swore off the use of necromancy for evil, so I want your
A lot of fun, this elemental challenge. Neat.
Oh, yeah.
What are the rules you're using?
Invited to do weird stuff to my soul.
So be it.
You cannot escape my gaze.
And there you go. You're 1/8 undead. Enough to legally claim it on your taxes.
Now I will never find true love.
If you want to play this game again, I have a Fallout series playthrough to do.
Here. Your powers won't be as potent as mine, so you'll need to use a dispel room. Like this one over here. Give it a shot. That way will take you across the desert. You'll find the Dragon Lord's pyramid in the center of a dead city known as Osugol.
One of each augment, so one build chakra, one blight, etc. You must use that tree's cap and element lock to that element for guns. Huh, interesting.
The parched wastes stretch out before you. You can feel the land itself thirsting beneath.
So we're not on pace to beat the Feral Surge run, but we are definitely on pace to beat the Barrage run. Like, I don't think it's even going to be close. Because we've got an hour left for the rest of the game. An hour for Osugol and Pyramid seems pretty doable.
Soon the soul energy will all be mine. You understand what it is, right? Soul energy is wonder itself. Every mountain, every...
We got Farm Warframe and take a mental break by farming and testing. It's what I need overalls and a straw hat. I think you could rock that. Not a rule, also try and use different things in each build, because LOL Kib's Beacon isn't fun. Yeah, eventually when you use the same thing in every setup, it's like, ugh.
The Wastard said the pyramid is surrounded by a city of the dead.
To emerge triumphant. It is close now. It need only be taken up by heroic hands.
One of the Dragon Lord's barrier hexes stands in your way.
The Western showed us how to deal with that. Just
The hex is dispelled, clearing the way forward. Like the
Or also ridiculous during story playthrough, just resets constantly while smooshing mobs. Yeah. It's really good.
stones are its bones. The sands are its hands. The nitty-gritties are its great big.
we get it. Come on, we're so close. Let's just blast our way in.
You sure? Because I got a whole list. I can keep going.
I mean, I was curious, but yeah, Fred's right. We should do the blasting thing.
As you approach the gates, you see a soul well brimming with necromantic power. The Dragon Lord is using it to cast a barrier hex over the entire city.
Not a problem. Our dispel magic will work on that too. We can kick that evil right out of the well.
Uh-oh. As you draw the evil magic out of the well, the magic takes form.
Also drops off on higher chaos levels. Yes, but not to the point where it's not viable. It can still be good. Like, it'll still wipe out basic enemies like that, and with enough investment, and through weakening enemies through other, like, outlets of damage, you could still get it to do the same thing to, like, badasses. Now, it's just kind of completely irrelevant versus bosses, but if we're being honest, a lot of the action skills fall into that. But unlike a lot of those action skills, in those situations where it's not relevant for your damage dealing, it is still a good movement tool. And one of the best ways to avoid high threat attacks in this game is by moving. It's not gonna kill you? No. Playing since launch and still haven't even tried Feral Surge. I really enjoy it.
What wonders! The X is lifted! Hero! Did you do this?
Even if I hadn't, I'd be taking the credit.
Thank the diamond...
Feral Surge, action skill damage only, not melee damage? Correct.
Come! My shelter is up here on the wall! That X trapped me here for days, and you dispelled it all on your own!
If Feral Surge was melee, it would be one of the best action skills in the entire game. It'd be so good.
Recognize this my brilliance. Yes, I am quite powerful. In fact, I'm on my way to give the Dragon Lord a taste of my boot.
Then your path is through the Hall of Heroes. I know it well, though I was too weak to reach it. Come, this way. When I heard of the Queen's death, I journeyed here, hoping the latent soul energy of this city would allow
Figure it's a great action skill for moving, just getting around the map. It's also better for keeping up enchantments than something like, say, Barrage. Barrage requires an enchant to be spammable. Now, Feral Surge doesn't approach the area of Storm Dragon's Judgment for being extremely spammable, but it's because of the resets, you can efficiently have a spammable action skill.
Only by cleansing the wells of sin. Can you take down the barrier hexes blocking your way?
Technically speaking, for that role, it would still be better to just use Dreadwind and cancel it immediately, but this allows you to have a movement option.
But you forget, dear Fret. Fate does not divide us. Fate brings us together.
How's it gonna bring her head and her body back together?
I haven't thought that through yet.
Oh, it's gonna be big, it's gonna be big. Oh, we almost got our cooldown back before the animation was done. That's how many things we killed with that one. It's so satisfying. Oh, that was a barrel. That was so cool. Just that entire bit. Oh, that was so much fun. I really like that. This build plays in a very unique way. It's a lot like Feral Surge, where you're trying to get those kills to be able to spam, but with Blood of the Fallen, you get the cooldown back on any means of kill, so the dots are good enough here. Now, it's a shame that these classes don't really have dot support the way Blight and Stabo do. But we can get some support through here. That was another juicy one. I feel like it took me a while to realize why I kept dying to barrows with Dire Sack. Guessing Blight or Stabo doesn't outweigh the Berserker stuff for Dire Sack. It can and it can't at the same time. So, Burr gives you that bonus element, it gives you really good formula for the actual Dire Sack itself, and it gives you the most HP. Now, Stabo gives you Contagion and Potent Poisons. Plus, the class feat doesn't do much, but it is an increase to your crit chance, so, like, that's something, right? Blight gives you Virulence, and Spirit Swarm are like the primary things. But the thing is, Blight doesn't increase your health at all. So your base damage of the Dire Sacrifice goes down a lot. Your dot goes way up, but then eventually you end up at a point where Spirit Swarm's doing the killing and not Dire Sac. Like, with Stabbo, you just don't have damage on the Dire Sac unless you get Contagion triggers.
I just want to get to the boss.
No need to rush. We're having fun.
So with Burr Reaver, you just have the most consistency,
You're gonna have to
and you're the tankiest.
the ancient catacombs. Oh no!
Tina, are you padding out the campaign so that we'll stay here and play bunkers and badasses with you?
No. The ancient catacombs are an integral part of the narrative. So who's laughing now? Valentine? Hi, it's me. Ha!
Taste of my pain!
And another thing that Berserker has here is Blood of the Fallen, allowing me to spam my action skill this much. Like, that's actually huge. 306k on that one. Nice.
Fate makers before you. All heroes of their own stories. But they never lived up to their namesake. They just played her game and went through the motions. Because that's exactly what she wants. Take these creations of mine. They exist only to do my bidding. And when they fail, I'll just make 100 more. Because they're disposable. Like you.
Because I remember you having a stab out Dire Sac build with Contagion, Garlic Breath, soon after it came out. I actually did that before that as well. This was back at like C35, or might even be C20, one of those. Because this was before Contagion was changed to only trigger once. That setup was, it revolved around applying a ton of small dots and having Contagion make them snowball out of control. So, like, the Dire Sac damage itself was quite low. It's just I was hitting so many individual instances of dots that it was basically doing Minesweeper things. Mo's Minesweeper class mod. Just a loop that led to infinite theoretical damage. So that build died when Contagion was balanced. So worth noting that post-change Contagion is like one of the strongest skills ever made. But you need your actual dot you're putting in to have damage to get value out of it now.
She wants you to think you're special, unique, one of
Any skills in this game of crazy chaos scaling? No, there's nothing that works that way.
Has anyone ever said it? Has she? Yeah. Didn't think so.
Oh, that was poetry. I should have picked that up. Oh well.
An enormous arcane device has been erected before the hexed entrance to the Hall of Heroes. It's got a fancy name with a lot of syllables, but basically, it's a giant sweet-ass magic laser that you can use to blow open the barrel.
Speaks to me.
Hey, those guys are hanging out around our giant sweet-ass magic laser. Kick their asses.
This arcane device was designed
Good thing then.
to amplify magic to its
Mayhem scaling was not an inherently bad thing.
Your dispel magic, you will cast the biggest, super duper.
It's just there were some things that got it that didn't need it.
Duper dispel runes.
And you shall find them to the imps and wibbles of the laser.
And there are some things that could have used it that never got it. Like, for example, Indiscriminate. Amara's Indiscriminate skill. Play the Angles is a skill in this game that functions very similarly and does not have scaling like that. Because just it being a double dip is enough. Wasn't there a Waffle House fighting game? I'm surprised there's no indie game for that, honestly. I'd play as the chair lady.
The entrance to the Hall of Heroes finally stands open before you. You enter the Hall of Heroes, where all the greatest legends of the Wonderlands are laid to rest.
Well, not all of them. What's that they say? No rest for the wicked?
You hear a familiar whinny.
My queen!
So chat, I had a thought. If I was gonna make this work for High Chaos, is this one of the cases where it's acceptable to use that item?
Won't stop, won't stop.
Said the thing. He said the thing. So choose to defend. It's fun for you to do that. Yeah, I don't know if it would be, because I have an intense dislike of that item. But if it could make this playstyle function, then like maybe. Yeah, Jules, that's the one. That's awkward. We'll spawn some ads so I can kill them for cooldown. Makes this build viable and fun. Maybe we find a good use for it. Because it would just do a bunch of things we need. Like, it's more impact for ability stuff. Like, a Ka-Chow would be good. It adds another bonus element into the mix, and that would inherit the dot chance of Dire Sack, which would mean an extra dot. And it would just be an increase in quality of life as well. Like, I don't know, I feel like it would be one of the more responsible uses of it, but on the other hand, the Theory Crafter in me just hates that item and everything it represents. It's bad for overall game balance and franchise direction that things like that exist.
Show you what she did to me, what she's doing to you all over again.
Okay, Teaser. This is your first time playing, right?
Only rule on is not pretending like it's a component of why the build has damage. You're not the type of that gamer, so I see no issue. Yeah, like there's a issue with some content out there for this game that pretends that it's not either Mythrank or Buffmeister carrying their build archetype. A lot of it, actually.
That's perfect. But first, we got
When either of those things can just make it so anything is viable. Got her on nice chat and have a good one. Thanks for hanging out, Dogman. Really did enjoy the chats today. Hope you have a good one. Suck at life because I use it and I still can't get to Chaos 100. Doesn't mean you suck at life, Jules. Doesn't mean that at all. I would say that it's made your problem worse. Because the thing is, for people who have grown accustomed to using the Buffmeister just because it's popular and it has big number and lots of increases to various areas, it can hamstring your understanding, the process of understanding what makes things work well. So, like, it's a shortcut that hurts you in the long term. Hurts your understanding. Hurts your appreciation for the diversity of options available in the game. So it's not inherently an I win button in every case, but it's even more damaging than that.
this is a big choice. So,
He takes it and he blows up every bad guy everywhere.
Doesn't mean you suck at all.
Oh yeah, I do it. Boom!
alright.
Called the buff sack build.
Turns your character evil.
No, girl, Dragon Knight ain't evil. He's
Best build, Boss Melter has Buffmeister. Right.
He just blew up thousands of people. Don't you think that's evil?
not evil. This is
You'll see someone having Buffmeister plus 2,000 myth rank, all points invested. Like, hang on, that's not the build.
Wait.
He's never chosen anything. He begins to think for himself. No more dice or fate. No more masters. I dream of dragons and magic. I awake my heart filled with fire and purpose. Resurrection. I am reborn. The Dragon Lord.
Unfortunately, the reason that's common because it gets clicks. Yeah, it's the nature of content creation for these games.
Find out for myself. Thank you very much.
I hoped you could see the truth. I'm not evil.
There's still very, very incorrect information for Borderlands 3. Borderlands 2 that just has that permanent longevity.
Come on then.
Like, it's an uphill battle to fact check that shit every day.
There's only one way for this to end.
But it's what has the reach. Wyvern Lord. Unpopular opinion, Dragon Lord is better than Jack. I'm right there with you, Jules. The thing that elevates Jack for me is the voice acting. It's like incredible. But in terms of writing, Dragon Lord is a better written character. In a better written game. The things that make people put Jack so high up is A, nostalgia, B, incredible voice acting, and C, franchise integration. Wonderlands is a new franchise. It is one game and one DLC in another game old. Jack is a central focal point of 2 games. It was retroactively made the cause of the events in the first game, so directly connected to 3 games, and then is frequently referenced in a 4th game. Dragon Lord just hasn't had time to cook. Let him cook. Dragon Lord goes ridiculously hard. Wonder what they'll do with them in Wonderlands 2. Yeah, I wonder what they'll do with the Wonderlands IP. Like, I certainly hope we get a lot more. They've said and reconfirmed multiple times, you know, we're getting more Wonderlands stuff. We just don't know what shape that takes, whether it's another game, whether it's, you know, a comic. No, we just don't know. Hey, Sora, how are you? As soon as I heard Will Arnett's voicing Dragon Lord, I knew he'd be a contender, if not my favorite. He did a fantastic job.
Fools! That device isn't even important.
Whoops, that's not right. Weird. Actually, the
Dragon Lord live action show? I'd watch it. Just Will Arnett in Dragon Lord cosplay? Hell yeah, full send. Take all of my money.
Why do I care about this stupid thing? I think it's an AC unit.
We're having a grand time, aren't we?
Maybe we had a game with new DH of the players. My brain might be glitching. I don't understand.
Smash that thing!
He hates that idea.
You don't know what you're messing with. I don't either.
I love to hear Amara or Zane's lines for Hunters and Badasses. I'd prefer they stay separate. I think... Oh yeah, level 1 weapon. Lol. 460k, holy shit. I prefer that we keep some degrees of separation between Borderlands and Wonderlands, because that allows Wonderlands to do what it does best. Because despite, the devs, the publisher, several creators, such as myself, underlining the fact that, this ain't Borderlands, and that's a strength, that is an opportunity, that never sank in for a bunch of people. And in a world where we can have both Wonderlands and Borderlands, they can do different things. And then later down the road, they can copy notes from each other on what works well enough to cross the divide. Things like, I'd love to see the Wonderlands melee system in the next Borderlands game. But almost everybody prefers Borderlands 3's content delivery model over Wonderlands. So that's a good example of why committing to the same thing would be a weakness.
This is it. The Dragon Lord awaits your arrival above.
This run has been speedy. Yeah, not as fast as Feral Surge, but damn.
As you crest the top of the
Feral Surge was on Chaos 1, this is Chaos 50.
You can do this, for you are the Fate Maker.
Still on Mr. Toru's Wonderlands. Feature camps run this week. Nothing memorable. I did it a couple times. I already forgot. It's nothing memorable. You mean Mr. Satan? Yes. Mr. Satan's Wonderlands. Well, that was huge. Killing all those gave me enough Ascension stacks where I can get a couple juicy hits in. That works out nicely. My Valentine's voice gets stressed when he says Fate Maker, always makes me laugh. Oculus and Solista? Yes. Yes.
We're having a grand time, aren't we? Oh God, the look on your face.
Storyline of this one, Tina growing up a lot does open the option for other Bunker Masters Tina as a player NPC. That is true. That worked out so nicely. This build's so smooth. Hey, Boom. How you doing? Boom, this Dire Sacrifice build goes so hard. Look at the pace we're on. Can I hit her? I can. And this is on C50. With, no spell. No gun. level 1 melee weapon.
Next time, learn to pick an easier mark, eh?
Also, I could have way better armor for this. Want to spawn some ads, please? Do the thing. Oh, you're not doing that attack? Fine. Also, my S key still isn't bound right now. That should be it. Less than 247. So this was, what, 8 minutes slower than Feral Surge on Chaos 1?
So that's it.
Pretty good. The end of the job available decline because the manager of that department looks for harass female employees. That's a big no in my book. Yeah, good job turning that down, man. That's fuck.
It will be easy to leave the world divided.
One more to even out the sacks. But
we could trick ourselves into loneliness.
This is satisfying. Because it's unsatisfying. Less than 400 dire sacrifices.
I have felt alone. I thought I'd lost my connection to her when
You want one more? Alright.
Fatemaker, but
There you go, for you guys.
part of her story.
Blue hole in my
Kept me
sack.
here for a reason. To meet the heroes. To meet you.
Oh, look who's gone all introspective after getting their arse.
Hey Vocal, how you doing?
Imagine that.
You know what? I get it. I earned that. But honestly, I'm a little lost right now.
The best know you.
Past the final battle. What do people do when they're not trying to cloak the world in darkness? But Stallion, Your Majesty, I'm sorry.
So I'm thinking, if I do
the end of the world. We cool? Handshake?
the forbidden spell,
Hoof shake? 200 years in the castle. That's completely fine. Whatever you think is wise, my queen.
alright, start playing Doom Eternal Day. Fun game so far. How's it here? It's good. The Dire Sacrifice run was actually really fun. It was almost as fast as the Feral Surge run, which was on C1, but this was on C50. And Dire Sac just kind of, like, steamrolled this game. There's some boss fights that worked out to be downright efficient.
Look at this place. You've been busy, Tina. This cave is almost...
Just got back from food, be able to sack Bernadette. Yeah. Sack and Bernadette was easy. Can't wait for the year 2222 when Dragon Lord's finally released. It's gonna slap. See your skill tree? Absolutely. Nice change of paces from the barrage yesterday. Holy shit, Vocal, it's so much better. It's so much better. Look at the count. It took $3.99, but I did one more because you know, I stand you guys in your needs. But like, it was just so much better. Granted, since I did this without a spell, I decided that at the last second, these 3 points over here are wasted. Like, instead of Sanguine Sacrament, I could have had more damage from Dark Pact. But yeah. That's when Beyond Good and Evil's released, and Metroid Prime 4, and Half-Life 3. This build definitely work on C100 with guns and spells. I want to set it up for that. Yeah. So, the thing is with the spell slot. So currently I'm using a Brutal Stampede. Because if you pop like double Frostburn and you have a bunch of Dark Hydras out, you can get a lot of crit chance and ability damage and just stats in general from it. And also, it rolls the Grave Spore. One rolls with extra points in Faithful Thralls as well, so that's more global. It's just really good. But without like a Frostburn, I only get significant benefit of this after I've already killed a bunch of stuff, which is not really the area where I need the help. Now, I could instead go with... Do I have one on me? I don't. Selective Amnesia would be good here. Because the Dire Sacrifice health drain would trigger it immediately. And I could run the Forbidden spell in this slot. Which I don't have one on me.
Now it's a party.
Do you see all this, Fate Maker?
Plans our next run, Cleansing Flames. I would say Cleansing Flames is the second worst action skill in the game. Only Barrage is worse. The thing with Cleansing Flames is you can make it do way more damage than Barrage can because it is melee damage. At least one of the instances of it is. So melee damage, Alchemical Agent, you can make it kill, even on C100. But the hitbox is terrible. The opportunity cost is extremely high because long animation, close range. And you can't really cover all the bases you want to cover with a Cleansing Flames build efficiently. Like, you need enough survivability that you can get the animation off. You need enough cooldown that you can actually use the skill. You need enough damage that the skill does damage. If you are doing Alchemical Agent stuff, you need a lot of crit chance so that you actually get those dots. And then it's also fire damage, so Soaked isn't applicable, and you can't use that, or else you got your damage. And then there's a bunch of enemies it's not really good against for that reason. Then the Nova from Cleansing Flames is ability damage, so it's all the same problems that Barrage and stuff have. It's not good.
Now that you're a proper bloody knight, you'll need some proper bloody kit. Head over to the blacksmith.
Oh yeah, you get an amnesia from this mission. Gonna show it? No, because it's not. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen Cleansing Flames used. Don't think I know what the animation looks like. The animation looks very cool. The sound design's also great. It's just, its hitboxes are fucked, its damage is low, its cooldown is high.
What can I do you for? Well, looks gone and saved everywhere. Nice to have the queen back. The royal horseshoe content might have been either. Mike mentioned you could hook me up with a bit of an upgrade. That's right. He thought you might need some.
Doing one for all action skills at this rate. Maybe. Like, there's a bunch that don't really need the representation, I would say. Obviously, Ambihextrous doesn't need a run. From the Shadows doesn't need a run. We already did Storm Dragon's Judgment, Barrage, Feral Surge, Dire Sacrifice. I don't know what I would do for a Reaper Bones run. Maybe I'll give that a thonk. Cleansing Flames on the list. Fog Totem would just kind of be easy. Plague Storm would be not... like, it wouldn't really work. I mean, it could. It'd just be very weird. Maybe I'd theorycraft that one too. Ghostblade would be easy. Dreadwind could be interesting, because Dreadwind without gear and without skill points is terrible. Dreadwind with gear and skill points is extremely good. Like, there's no in between with Dreadwind. It's either useless or amazing. And then, of course, there's a bunch of things you simply cannot Dreadwind. Like, I'm not Dreadwinding Bernadette.
I thought you had to call it something all fantasy-like, you know.
Skeeb needs a run. Skeeb would be an interesting run, because the things that you can't polymorph, you would just get the free spell cast. So I don't know how I would do mobbing sections. I would need to be allowed to shoot the Skeeb, is the thing. FTS only runs basically just an early speed run. Yeah, exactly, Vocal. Reaper, maybe an underused Dark on our Magic Showcase. I would want to do something like applying Reaper to an unconventional kind of damage. Like Reaper Amnesia and then killing enemies with the puddles. Weird shit like that, right?
Of course, Your Majesty. Fate Maker.
A Reaper is good for companion builds if you happen to have gone Graveform.
Within its lower chambers that she wants you to see. Bloody luck.
Her Royal Majesty Queen Butt Stallion, Regent of Brighthoof, sitter upon of the Adamant Throne, and all-around hottest babe of the Wonderlands, has granted you entrance to her castle.
Look who it is.
Here, I'm looking for the
Welcome
Dreadwind.
to my prison, Fate Maker. Here, I've got something I think you'll want to see.
Hey, Parrot. How you doing? Now it's not fun. Okay. So, what can I do to improve this for actual endgame play? Like, allowing myself to equip weapons and stuff. Obviously, in the spell slot, I have the choice of Frostburn or Buffmeister here. Depending on how, I want to do this. The thing with Buff is it would give me an entire extra dot as well. And that could be huge. Like, throwing in a poison buff here would go real hard. I would go real hard. If I'm not using Frostburn, then maybe something other than Brutal Stampede would be the play. But I like the crit chance here. So, something I noticed, I expected this through the playthrough. Whenever I did get a crit with Dire Sag because of Protagonizer, it hit pretty hard. But the thing is, ability crit chance, you just can't boost it that much. Without any Brutal Stampede stacks, I'm chilling at 11.5 right now. Now, I get more from Kachow, more with actual Brutal Stampede stacks. But realistically, I'm still not getting Dire Sag's crit chance with this multi-class past like 20% probably. Which if I'm hitting 5 enemies, then that's still one of them is going to crit, and that's good. It's going to be good overall damage. But like, I don't know. Hey, Raid Sauce, how you doing? Thriving and survived. A bit cold today. How are you? Doing great. Doing great. Triple H theme going to be in my head all day. Alternatives to Brutal Stampede. We've got Selective Amnesia, Diamond Gauntlets, that's all that I would really seriously consider. Or I think the more Amnesia is probably the play. In terms of the gun in my hand, I guess I'd run that Graveboard enchant. It's dark magic damage and efficiency for using action skill. I guess. Like, what gun would I put that on? Do I just run some sort of good single target weapon? Sword Explosion would make sense. of whichever element I don't end up having covered. So like I have fire, frost, dark, and if I use a poison buff, I have those all covered. So I'll lightning sword explosion.
I mean you, and you're okay.
It went quick. It went really fast. Dude, it was so good. Like, I actually think that this build could work at endgame with how Blood of the Fallen ended up playing out, but plus Ancient Rage Handle. Like, I'm theory crafting, and I might allow myself to use the forbidden item for cool reasons here. Because having the guaranteed dot, like using the bonus element of the forbidden spell to get an extra dot onto Dire Sack, I think could be huge here. Also, the ability crit chance. So we're putting together stuff. I'm gonna try this at C100. Rebound S yet? I have not yet. We're gonna put together some build stuff. Hey Viper, how you doing? Viper, Dire Sacrifice playthrough slapped so hard. To the point where I'm making an endgame version. Did Rune go Blood of Fall in this build? I have no idea. Need a bossing option, right? I'm having spot on. I think I can make bossing work, honestly. I think I missed it. It went so hard. Like, the Feral Surge run took 2 hours, 38 minutes, and it was on C1, and it felt really good. This one took 2 hours, 46 minutes, and that was on C50. Excited to see 100 sacks? Yes. A lot of Wonderlands challenge you can't complete playthrough with only guns, no spells, no melee, no action skills, just guns. The challenge. You fail if you get bored. Pain. Okay, I think I like that here. Weapon. Let's go with a sword explosion. It's reliable here. Can't think of anything better. You know, I guess a Shadow Fire, but I already have those elements covered. Sword Explosion is also a dot machine. Bear with me, chat. I'm creating things. We got that. The armor situation. I think maybe I'll try without amnesia and see how that plays. Just see how that works out. Gotta go look at the build. Thanks, Boom. Made barbecue sausage, bacon pasta, and the slabs. Ooh, that sounds real good. And I can make my rage handle on level now. Okay. Let's see how this works out. Feels weird. I could put another thing on that, but so much you can do with simple framework, a stock cube, water, soft cheese, and a sauce. You can do anything. It's so good. Yeah. Let's go up to 75 for now. Let's see how this feels in the tutorial. I also turned off the counter thing, so it shouldn't increment anymore. A duration part on that so I can get 2 win. Barbecue honey wings sounds amazing. Doodle salad on the side. Huge W. Buildings of not working at a dead end has become a cul-de-sac. Why are you this way?
Rewards those who challenge themselves. These crystals contain curses. Accepting a curse will make the fight harder, but the reward...
Make some pulled pork macaroni. Can't stop thinking about wings. Think that happens tomorrow. Let's go. Forgot about my S key. How long did I play without being able to S key? Like, hour and a half?
Now, shatter that die and reap the reward. There's always a die in each encounter, but if you can complete other objectives, you will unlock a second. You can use those crystals you collected at these altars.
I'll get some Popeyes later.
I
can go for a Popeye sandwich.
Slightly less likely you'll die painfully. Slightly.
I've been trying not to order takeout too much, or delivery too much. Because it's expensive. I mean, they'll have money for that.
See you after the next fight, or when you die.
hire y'all as my chefs. Ooh, me. Pick me. Pick me. That was a 542k dire sack. What's that poison dot going for? Not much. Maybe I go Twin Soul over Rage Handle here. Uber Eats and I almost said Uber ass. That's probably a thing. Uber Eats and DoorDash be taxing like crazy. Yeah. You tapped it so well too, you forgot you even had an S key. Buffmeister, listen, I'm testing. It's for dire sacrifice, Viper. It's for a good cause. It doesn't seem to do the thing that I hoped it would. So I can actually just unequip that right now. And we can just go Frostburn. How do I sign up for Uber ass? This thing you wanted to test. I was hoping it would apply a good dot of that element, but it just kind of was a weak dot. Now the crit chance of it was quite nice, but I can also get crit chance by just having more pets for Brutal Stampede. So this works out just fine. I think maybe changing this up so I have 3 Thralls, 2 Hydras is more optimal. Jake, there's no ass for you. There's pets still.
I feel
He ordered Uber ass. Ouchies. Cat. He's still just chilling. He's a good boy. Yes, you. You are a good boy.
I wasn't sure before we came in here, but now I know. There is a presence here. Something making all of this happen. This maker wants your crystals and offers you rewards. Choose wisely. Or don't. Not my crystals.
Okay, so now we have the Chaos Chamber fully unlocked. I don't really need to take the time to change that one skill point. I think that's just kind of fine for now. Although I do want a different melee weapon. So, Twin Soul, Echo, Ancient. Checking to see if I have one. I don't. Oh, I forgot to name the Demi-Lich Poppy. We gotta fix that. Spicy garlic wings. Nice. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, and 7. Go Ascended. Element I roll on this thing. No, it's poison. Should be good. You gonna play some Diablo 3? New season soon? Okay, we got that. Yeah, 3 enthralls on this now. Okay, let's stand 75 for now.
We'll
See what happens.
Good luck.
Ouch. I don't have anything in Essence Drain right now, so my cooldown could be better. I think it's fine, though. I think it's fine. Ooh, Banshee. That's a good starting point. Once ads start spawning, I'll be in a better position. I suppose the obvious of having multiple elements of Sword Explosion would be good. There's some potential here. Just the nature of how Dire Sack works against bosses is getting me. Yeah, fire weapon for this. We'll go crazy. This is the attempt at Dire Sack C100 reviability. Working towards that. This is C75 right now. We're just trying out different things. C50 looked and felt really good. Had a possibly interesting idea. What if a challenger in a sword, you get to the loot room, cast chamber as many crystals as you can. You get there, you drop every gear you have in your character. The next chamber you can only use you get. I make you create a build around something new based on what you happen to get. Make a build strong enough to beat the next run. Hopefully that made sense. Yeah, it made sense. It's an interesting concept. I would definitely be trying that with some pretty specific build types. Like, I'm absolutely not doing that with a gun build. That's just... Unless you hit very specific bunnies and get very lucky, that's just not sustainable there. At least not on, like, C100. But with, like, a spell or melee build, that could be cool. Well, melee dot builds could definitely do that. The trick would be having builds that aren't super dependent around, like, any one thing. Chaos Chamber's Arms Race style. That could be fun, yeah. It's kind of melee builds for that. Or Deadshot Caster. Sigil blocking my sword explosion shots, that's what's happening there. That's awkward. Thinking. Maybe shooting a White Rider here makes a lot of sense. Still very doable, just takes a minute. Back what I miss? Not much, we're just experimenting with Dire Sacrifice stuff at C75 now. I'll need to get a little more discerning with the tech I'm using for bosses, but like, this functions. And notably, our dots are outpacing the bird. That's a sign that there's a good, like, foundational DPS here. Right? Like, we didn't get walled by the bird. Could have ignored it completely. Any fight with ads plays out really well because I get Blood of the Fallen and just be chilling. I honestly wonder about Theurge here over Protagonizer. But like when Dire Sac does crit with Protagonizer, it's big. Like, Theurge gets me even more spam. Walled by the Bird sounds like a great band name. Yeah, I'll add a White Rider to this. A lot of White Rider and Theurge. Okay, okay. Livewire melee interaction still work? Yes. That is an effect of the item Livewire. It's done. Here's the ads. Here's where we go crazy. Yeah, White Rider would be nice here. You get a change to make it less once, it's still good. Livewire's received a few changes in terms of how it works, but overall it's like still good. You no longer need to be at low ammo. And it's not as busted as it used to be. But it's still really, really good. It is on swinging your melee weapon. Hitting your melee button and connecting, every other one of those does Livewire. Nothing else does.
The forces of evil are mine. This is your unlight.
Okay, here we go, there's ads.
My skeletal armies are endless.
We are very tanky, I'm happy to report. I know I could kill the birds, but this is still good experience. More government drones.
Legions of foes, attack!
There we go, there's the damage. Just had to use Echo a little more aggressively. Got a lurk, work meeting, Loki optimizing. Thanks, Dex. Good luck with your meeting. Use Ghostblade, Salt, and Battery. It's fun. Ghostblade and Salt and Battery just kind of do nothing for each other. Ghostblade generally wants weapons that swing fast, so that it gets a high tick rate. And Ghostblade's crit chance is affected by your melee weapons' crit chance. Salt and Battery has the lowest crit chance of all melee weapons. Salt and Battery is there for when you're using From the Shadows and popping things in the face. It's incredible at that, but for Ghostblade, I would go other directions. Because you just end up with a lot of inconsistency using those two things together.
You haven't seen true power yet.
we all want to get sneaks. You remember when that attack, like, actually killed you? I remember.
This fairy tale.
Our attack seems to be falling off pretty hard already. Keep in mind, the way I've built it, I am not fishing for direct damage from it as much as... So, like, this is an uptime build. Like, see, I killed all those ads, and I already have it back again, so I can use it again. That's the idea with this. I just need good things to fill the downtime, which means better choice of weapons, primarily. Not dotting myself because my sigil blocked my sword explosion. That was fun. That was really fun. I'm very annoyed that they never fixed that. Alright, yeah, let's address our weapon choices here. Video game moment. So we need appropriate element sword explosions. So I'll give myself a fire and a cryo one as well. Can I go poison in case I get Vorkanar? Yeah, I'll do that. Rage Handle is the one I was thinking of. Rage Handle is one of those things that looks a lot better than it is. It's got one of the higher crit chances. Got decent damage. But it's got very low crit damage. And you end up with, honestly, too much crit chance if you're actually swinging the Rage Handle as well. You have more than you need. It can work, it's just inefficient and also a little bit buggy. Wasn't the thing for Ghostblade? For just swinging? Then yeah, it's better at that. Go with that there, I think. Let's see how this works out. What would be the go-to for Blade? Depends on your action skill. If from the shadows, Salt and Battery, probably. Between Banshee and Salt and Battery. have to do actual math there. If not from the shadows, there's a few contenders. Okay. Better off in this department now. Okay, let's see how this goes.
Enter the Chaos Die.
I forgot to get the Theurge. This is fun. I should also take, Ward Blessings that I see. I don't mind including that in the build. Build is just mainly to get a ton of Blast Shield procs. The thing with Blast Shield procs is getting a ton isn't better than getting a few good ones. Better, but it's fun. Yeah. Honestly, not mad at this output. A real test? No.
I will not be taken down by the likes of you. What? You insult me. Ruin everything.
I still find it funny that you can get, like, Orcanar Celissa. You know, without ever having gone to those areas. Like, this character's never been to Mount Croft. So, in character, they'd just be like, who the fuck is this? My first playthrough, I never did the Oasis, so I had no idea what Celissa was. I was like, oh, this is weird. It makes me sad you can't get Mo's orange cap on a flame build without giving him a short fuse from through. It doesn't make me sad at all, because if we had that many skill points, we'd lose even more builds. Having to make choices like that is how builds continue to exist in a state where you need to actually think about your decisions. That's something that was severely hurt by every level cap increase in Borderlands history. Wonderland's not doing that. Huge W. Huge W. I think about it, why does Crackmass not have a big area and boss? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, hi, Dragon Lord again. Why'd you do that? And it feels like there's some plan I never realized. I mean, I didn't get that vibe at all. It's not like there was a boss arena or anything. Unless you consider inside the whale that, but I think it's kind of too cramped. I don't know. Am I thinking of another map with the whale thing? Might be thinking of another map. The only reason I would want a cap raise, preferably no more skill points, just be at the nerdy number. Yeah, more skill points would just hurt the game. Only takes 2 to completely shatter build crafting. Literally 2. And there is no logical argument for wanting 1, so just don't. They picked a good number. Level caps are not content. I remind everyone who says that chaos caps are not content, but still want level caps somehow. Not saying that's anyone here, but it's a take that I've seen. That's what we like right there, the refund from killing enough enemies. Hate refarming gear. Why no level cap increase? Every time, J-Rich. Every time. Man, they recharge that a little faster than I remember. Dragon Lord's birds were never nerfed. Blasters were. It's kind of fun to do this. Like refarming gear. Farming is not a point of enjoyment at any point in any of these games for me, so no thank you. It's a means to an end. The gameplay is that end for me. So I'll do a reasonable requisite amount to get to that point, but it is not content. It is tedium designed to bar you from doing content, designed to trick you into playing longer. Some people eat it up. I'm not one of them.
Forces of evil are mine to command.
So much the BO3 cycle included people complaining about the cap rate of the gear farm. Not surprised at all that Ono has avoided them altogether. I'm very pleasantly surprised that it did, because remember, Gearbox also has a track record of, you know, bad take in community gets enough traction, and they're like, oh, people must want this, let's do it. And it's shit like the World Drop nerf. Just does absolutely nothing positive. Shit like the World Drop nerf, shit like lowering enemy damage and chaos. Stuff that doesn't do anything good, but people scream for it loud enough. Yeah, Dire Sacrifice, it's struggling. This is slow going on C75. Now the thing is, this is completely safe. I'm not in any danger of actually dying here, as long as I'm paying a vague amount of attention. But unless I have a group of ads like that, I don't have damage. So single target bossing, it struggles. But in mobbing, this this build plays really well. That resolves that. Wonderland's that game implement a ton of the constructive feedback. Pity it never got the variety to put it over the top. Yeah. Yeah. That's a big part of it. Not even a year old, BL3 is just getting started a year in. BL3 did also take a little bit longer to not only distribute its content cycle, but also to hit this point of sort of radio silence. But I do recognize that that's an unfair comparison, because Wonderlands was never going to be a BL3 size thing. Ever. Very transparent about that. Yeah, using a matching element Sword Explosion actually does make a notable difference. Point where I think I could get away with this. There's things I would change, like, I guess I don't need the movement speed here. Yeah, getting rid of movement speed for another damage passive. I don't have gun damage in this build at all. Now, that doesn't help the Sword Explosion dots, and I don't care about the Sword Explosion's damage itself, really. So I guess I don't need that, but I could have something else beneficial there, I'm sure. More and more I have been thinking about, like, do I drop Berserker from this? It's like there's really nice stuff, and we get all that HP and Blood of the Fallen. But Stab War Blade could go so hard here with all these different dots. Blood of the Fallen is kind of the focus of what I'm enjoying with this. That's the main reason I haven't just swapped already. Gonna grab my wings, catch you tomorrow. See you later, Swin. Like, look at that. That's so fucking cool. Just waiting a couple seconds to get another Dire Sacrifice. It's like playing Nova builds in BL3 and having to, like, understand your exact range, which sightlines you can and can't activate from. But it's an action skill. Maybe that's why I like Dire Sacrifice so much. Sack attack. Since I've learned Tenacious Dispensers with Ass, wanted to mess with it, just not sure how I do it. I mean, it's one of those things that's like, oh, that's vaguely useful, but let's really think about it. %30 gun damage. In exchange for a good third of a skill tree. So, one class mod passive worth of stats. As you yourself said, you get way more out of Short Fuse, way more out of Some for the Road. Especially Some for the Road for flame stuff. Because that feeds into the flavor a lot. And then Short Fuse is just, hey, Ismos use Short Fuse. Now, I did make a non-Short Fuse gun build just to prove a point. That is quite fun to play. Is that build better with Short Fuse? Yes, but I choose not to run Short Fuse on it. Just to show that Mose is crazy and has Short Fuse. Not that she's crazy because of Short Fuse. But yeah, it's like, you don't really get anything out of it. There are setups where I do really like Tenacious Defense. For example, anything I'm doing with a mana well. I really like it there. Forgot Mose had red skills past Phalanx. Generally, most builds do. Hey, Kitty, thank you for the 100 bits. That goes a long way. Thank you so much. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but while I'm there, you guys tell me, I got like a little more energy in me. Do you want a couple more runs of this Dire Sacrifice Science, or do you want me to show you the BL3 Flacker thing I was messing around with yesterday that I alluded to a few times throughout the stream? Let me know. I'm a P. BRB. Okay, I am back. Flacker, Flacker for the flag, and BL3 stuff. BL3, please. I'll be the one guy who votes for more sack signs. Alright, we'll do a little bit of BL3 then. And my axe. Dire Flacrifice, I like it. Now, if BL3 would boot, that'd be pretty rad. Black Time found something perfect for this? Oh no. Oh, I remember that one. It pisses me off. You all say Flak casts rack attack. It's not a fucking spell. Don't you forget it. Never forget. Flak is carrying around alien fucking birds that they'll use their perfect softball throwing form to huck at their enemies. And they course correct like the loyal sons of bitches that they are. Never again should I hear cast rack attack. Or else I'm gonna have to chuck a fistful of motherfucking bird at you to remind you of what's going on here. I remember that pasta. Classic. Question, I see people say Baby Boomer on Mo's good, but I can't see why. Have you looked at the skills? Mo's has no bad class mods. That's the thing with Mo's. She's absolutely fucking cracked in the class mod department. Like, none of them are bad. All of the skill combos have some sort of use case. Or the class mod has some sort of really desirable effects. Or both, frequently. Cast and racks? Nah, this is a fadeaway thing. Avon, I don't see why you wouldn't run a different comp. Okay, redistribution, means of destruction, and Torah cross promotion all on one. Redistribution is ammo sustain and healing that requires a crit. If you are invested into Mo's Blue Tree, Pull the Holy Pin can provide that crit for you. Means of Destruction can also provide you infinite grenades or infinite ammo, depending on what kind of weapon you're using, and you get Torah Cross promotion, which TCP is a duration-based thing. It has a duration when it triggers. It's also predetermined. So when TCP is active, all of your splash for that 0.2 seconds has double radius, and you can retrigger TCP during TCP, refreshing the timer. So you just go 3 means of destruction, 1 redistribution, 1 TCP on a baby boomer, and then you have infinitely sustainable grenades that have good uptime on double splash radius, and you are also healing and regenning ammo at all times. And it's incredibly good for launchers. Legendary Purple Tree class mod for my Black playthrough. Oh, yay. not that these unique skills don't appear elsewhere. It's holy fuck, these skills are awesome. Well, some of her class mods are these skills don't appear elsewhere, but some of them are these appear in this combination. Like, there's a bunch of class mods that have Toward Cross Promotion, there's a bunch that have Redistribution, but not that many have them together, and none of them, except Baby Boomer, have Means of Destruction next to those. I believe that's the only one that has Means of Destruction and Toward Cross Promotion together. Like the Calm Guzzler? Yeah, Calm Guzzler is great. I really love Calm Guzzler. Okay. So, I would love to actually, use that mod that adds damage logging to the console to see how many times the Flacker hits, because I still don't know. But basically, the Flacker hits a shitload of times. It shoots out 3 projectiles that each split into a ton of explosions. It's a high hit count, and they are all counted as, you know, your gun damage. Meaning, if you shoot a Flacker in Fadeaway, they all crit, and they stack up Stackbot really fast. Also, your third shot of Fadeaway, action skill ends, and then all of those explosions still crit. So, with enough action skill cooldown, enough enemy density, you can have your Flacker from Fadeaway reset your Fadeaway, and you keep your Stackbot rolling that way. So we've got an Infernal Wish to give our Flacker an extra projectile. It takes it from ×3 to ×4, meaning a bunch more hits. We have Toboggan, because weapons you shoot infrequently and Toboggan go together very well. We have Mesmer, both for crowd control and for getting more uptime on Hidden Machine. This is just there because I was testing, yeah, Stagecoach Supremacy, but I'll just keep it there for now. And we also took Two Fang, max Two Fang for Flacker, because if we get a Two Fang shot, that also gives us, you know, ×4 instead of ×3, but we can have Two Fang and Wish on a shot, meaning a ×5 Flacker, which is more than enough to get a full refresh of Fadeaway. So we just loop Fadeaway constantly while shooting Flackers, and because this gun shoots so infrequently, hits so many times, it's infinite ammo with Leave No Trace. So, I'm going to use this to get stacks and deal with the turret guy. Oops, that's the wrong one. You can see my Fadeaway almost came back from that one Flacker shot. So I didn't get the refresh there, but my Stackbot stacks still hadn't reset. Now they're reset. I still have damage. You're not running into your Flacker and dying then complaining about it? I'm not. Marksman's the only one that boosts experimental munitions, also boosts redistribution, scorching RPMs level so much. Yeah, look at Firewalker next. Firewalker goes crazy. Another flag build looks super fun from Quag. Flacker is great, and it's very satisfying. You looking at Firewalker, Huntress? Yeah, it's crazy. Moze has the best class mods ever. Like, they're all bangers. Flak eventually started getting bad class mods, but Moze never did. Every flak build is a flacker build, but this one is the most. I like that. How much cooldown we got back from that one? Flacker goes crazy. Now, I do have each element of Flacker, so against like fleshy enemies, I can use the fire one. It's not always a good default. Also, I did intentionally put the increased radius stuff on my elemental ones. Get the non-LE one to the small radius. So I have the safer flacker, and then I have the very unsafe ones for situational use. Flagging my pixels, it's on my end, don't worry. A little bit on my end, but... See, when I use the fire one, I do need to back up or I just die. That's because I also have max radius. Yep. Any guns this might work with? Redline, maybe? So the idea is the final shot of Fade hitting enough times to cycle. Stagecoach can do this. Flacker can do this. Fingerbiter can do this. I assume something like a Mongol probably could. It's gotta hit a lot with one trigger pull. So it needs 3-shot fade synergy and high hit count. That also doesn't reset stack pop. Those are the criteria for this. Jump down. So, like, the next time someone tells you, Flacker nerfed. Man, I remember when Flacker was viable. Flacker came out of all those changes with a net buff. Because it went from one of the most inefficient weapons per ammo spent to perhaps the most efficient in the entire game. As a bunch of utility applications, is a great damage dealer, and is fucking cool. Like, you can get crazy performance out of the Flacker on Moze as well. And of course, Zane is immune to his own splash, so provided you commit to the non-Ellie or to the Rad, you can be completely safe while using it on Zane. Only Flak can use Flacker. Weird question, how do I make Moonfires that have a little thing on the end of the barrel? Should just be there in the part set. If you use Zach's editor, it should just show you. I say this 5 times. How many flaks could a Flacker flak if a Flacker flak could flak flaks? How many Flackers could a Flacker flak if a Flacker could flak flaks? How many Flackers could a Flacker flak if a Flacker could flak flaks? How many Flackers could a Flacker flak if a Flacker could flak flaks? How many Flackers could a Flacker flak if a Flack could flak Flacker? I almost got 5. Weapon trinkets? No, it's an actual item part. The ring sight on the end of the Moonfire. Flak. There's the radius. I didn't back up. The iron sight. Yeah. That's the word. Code from Lulum doesn't have it. I almost completely forgotten all the Reddit posts about the Hellwalker until just now. Hellwalker is worse than Flacker. How to get downvoted on Reddit in one sentence. Very much fire in the whole build, yeah. Flacker is just better than the Hellwalker. Get back to your download on Reddit. What truth are we talking? Oh, about how the Flacker is better than the Hellwalker. You know this, Swin. You've done mode speedrunning. You know this. Dead Space doesn't feel like it needs a remake because it's not that old, but the controls have not held up. I mean, it's a decent amount of time. Dead Space was what, 2006, 2007? That was not recent. As weird as that is to say. Plays a guitar riff and you shoot it. How many other guns do that? Checkmate. One other one. Yes. Nice, Felicia. Oops. Was that accidental? Hey Don, how you doing? Got a command for our BL3 damage formula? It's linked in each of the character docs. So if you do exclamation point builds and then just click on any of those, it'll be in like the resources section. All VH formulas is the doc. I don't remember if I'd still have a command for it for BL3. But also, hi Moxie, how you doing? I had fun watching your stream last night. Felt nostalgic, like the peak BL3 days. What? Yeah, Priz sent the wrong one. I got the Mesmer off, so it's fine. That was a really smooth bridge. Thank you, you're welcome. Nice, Chris. Easy. One shot in the split with the flacker. Oof. Oof. So, flacker bad. Flat or bad. Yeah. Stackbot and using high head count to loop fade away through extra head count procs is very cool. Stagecoach always works. Also works for this. I do want to look at other guns that could do that well. I mean, Plague Bear, Rhina, Lump, Scourge. Those all do it too, but they're launchers. Other shields work with this. I'm using Wish for the extra hit count, but one-shotter just gives you bigger amp and you have better topped off uptime. And then there's also Revolter. You lose the amp, but you get that bonus element for less need of the radiation one to deal with shields, I guess. But you just have ASC 50s here, so you don't really worry about shields or armor anyway. I'm feeling one more. I'm feeling one more. It's just fun. This is how I spent a good chunk of last night. I just did this for like 3 hours. Anywho, I'm gonna head out later. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. Jake is also saying bye. I appreciate that this is a return to the OG Flak 3-shot meta, but with Torg. Yeah, it's gunboy shit, but with newer gear and Torg. So I hop on was quite curious. Yeah, I was thinking about the Flacker. I've done Flacker with Stackbot and 3-shot before, but like not specifically for the Flacker. It was just kind of, hey, this works with other shotguns. I'll do it with this one. But other things I could do. I have splash annoyance on these. In all honesty, running Consec on 2 of these would likely be less wasteful. Or like one with Consec, one with Killstack, one with Splash. Because when you start fadeaway, you don't have any, you don't have the ASEs for the first 2 shots, right? You'll get it on the 3rd one, but until then, you can just kind of swap freely. So I could do, you know, kill stack, and if I get a kill, cool, I switch to the contact one, I keep some of the kill stack bonus, then I use the splash one. Man, 1.0 themes. Yeah, it's just cool stuff. But next 2 mags. Next 2 mags corrosive would be good. I don't have bounty hunter, so it would be good against everything. But you kill enough robots, and have the good enough time. Next 2 mags could work. Just I lean splash. Because we have 2 bonus elements here already. And in terms of formula stuff, we only have splash here. We don't have it here because I'm running cooldown. Cooldown is pretty important to making this work, so that's why I have a cooldown passive here and here. So like I like having that, but there's a bunch of things you could use to make it work. 1.0 themes, time to show people slide annoying again. Let's go. Cat almost took the earbuds out of my ears. Wave shotguns could loop becomes clumsy stagecoach. Yeah, it could be fun though. Like getting in and barrel stuffing with that could definitely be enjoyable. Anarchy could do it, but you know, it's the Anarchy. I don't think we need proof of the Anarchy working well. What other high projectile things like that do we have, chat? Insider could probably do okay. If you sweet spot properly. Hive, yeah. Out of range. Clumsy. There we go. Lob? I don't know how that would work out. It'd be worth a shot. Blind Sage? Guardian Angel? Ooh. Hey Kirk, thank you for the Prime in the 17 months. So you can shoot your pet with Flacker, but if you do as much as look at it, you're in fight for your life. Yeah. Yeah.
It's funny how you can shoot your pet with flacker, but if you do much as look at it, you're in right for your life.
Thank you, Kirk. Can we not encourage Hyperion shotguns here? Ooh, Heartbreaker would be good. Times 16 Heartbreaker. +20 Brightside. I don't know how the Brightside, like the Chuck shooting, I don't know how that interacts with Stackbot. That's something I'd have to look into. Bye. Flammadiddle, maybe? Green Shotgun and I hear Fearmonger. Maybe Fearmonger works here. I was in range. Yeah, that's where I gotta use the non-Ellie one. Because I have... So let's see if I can see which part this is. So yeah, I believe it's this one. The grip on this one is extra splash radius. No, I have it on this one too. Which part is it? I swear I made a flacker with different radius. This might be one that doesn't show up in the... Just barrel and grip. Or maybe I didn't say that. Is it the foregrip? Foregrip. No, I have it on that one. I'll have to check, but you can basically get two different rolls for splash radius size and flacker. I think there's a good argument for either of them, because obviously sometimes blowing yourself up like this causes problems. Root, not really a fan of that one. Also, I don't know how that interacts with Stackbot. And the way the root fires is it's a burst, so it would consume all three of your shots. Because, like, the root shoots 1, 2, 3, right? And also, yeah, I like being able to see. Gotta backpedal with this. Okay, there we go. Do we know why the root does funny things? The splash radius multiplies instead of adding. It's questionable whether it's intentional or not, but I lean towards it being intentional by the weapon design people and the other people just not knowing what any of that meant and signing off on it. Because they did it later with other things. They did it with the Pyro Burst Grenade in this game, and then they did it with the Gelatinous Cube in Wonderlands, so... Root, 2 burst, excuse me. 2 burst for root. Storm if the orbs don't reset. This command? Yeah. Old rat tweet. This is by no means everything, but includes a lot of stuff. I'm just looking to see if Storm's on the list. Kill the Wisp is on this list. Partially. Okay, yeah, Root, Cutsman, Eruption, Gargoyle, all reset. Miss Rat, he was here the other day. Still doing things. Uploads Vermintide 2 stuff pretty regularly. Oops, didn't play that well. Recovery strat. I want to have my stack bot stacks going into this phase so I can one-shot the split. I won't have my pet, but that's okay. Oh, didn't have enough stacks. Unfortunate. That was the brain case popping. Nothingness is a fancy flacker. Yeah, that works too. Yeah, flacker on better half doesn't quite work out. That's why I have that fourth weapon slot set up the way I do. Hellwalker is chosen over Stagecoach for that specifically because it's worse. So the thing that breaks the better half is splash physics, but also high projectile count weapons with physical force, namely shotguns. So the fewer projectiles you have in a shotgun, the less likely it is to break it. So we use the Hellwalker because it's 10 instead of the Stagecoach's 25. Because it's worse. Tingspoon would be interesting if it was actually a shotgun. I forgot most of the weapons we were brainstorming here. Heartbreaker over Hellwalker makes sense here, like a corrosive Heartbreaker. That's fine. I kind of got a dumpy though. Spitting facts, Wisp. Shocker. I have to test if the orbs reset stack bot. Also, it's a low hit count. Like, some things just don't stack bot. Reflux Brainstormer, OPQ system, they're just fundamentally incompatible with StackBot. And a lot of lesser known guns or lesser appreciated guns haven't actually ever been tested with that. Same boat as needle gun? Is what in the same boat as needle gun? Just want to get one more run. Takes boom. Oh, the not getting a weapon type thing? I mean, I guess, but needle gun is good anyway. There's still quite a few things that have, like, the wrong weapon type, or at least the unexpected weapon type. Still gets generic boosts. The Alien Barrel Hyperion Shotgun does not even get that. It does not get shotgun, it does not get gun. It's just... thing. Yeah, Bloodstar Beast is an AR, Butt Plug is a shotgun, Boomsicle is a shotgun, Ion Laser is an assault rifle. Death Grip might work on Wotan. Ooh, Death Grip might. That'll never get old. Butt Plug's a what now? Butt Plug is a shotgun. Ion Laser being AR is one of the really interesting ones to me, because that's a Malawan assault rifle. It's just cool. Frozen Devil. Does Malawan not make ARs? They do not. I don't know, this because it's easy to forget which manufacturers made what, because it does change between games sometimes. You know, which manufacturers are in the game changes between entries as well. Let's flip that guy. Fadeaway Toboggan Flagger seems cursed. It's really fun. Blacker is still criminally underrated in 2023. I'm just putting some respect on its name. It's one of the best weapons for keeping stackbot uptime. Like, you might notice this is a stackbot build where we are not using a Monarch to stack, we're not self-stacking with a bang stick. Not really worried too much about going down, because we just getting them back. And that's right on armor, by the way. Intentional bad choice for gameplay. Wasn't double to splash? I think so. Of the Flacker, I don't trust myself with it. It's one of those things that requires some care. Flacker's good, especially since they reversed that one nerf. Are you referring to when the mag size went back up? Yeah, that didn't change anything. Reason for that being, it's been 1 ammo per shot for a long time. So, like, 1 ammo per shot with a 5 mag, 1 ammo per shot with a 16 mag, doesn't make a difference with this gun. Flacker, through all its changes, came out with a net buff. So saying Flacker was nerfed is like incomplete information. Flacker was reworked and ended up being net positive. Because they shaved a small amount of damage off of it, but they gave it infinite ammo, and you no longer have to reload it, even. Like, infinite ammo. As long as you have some sort of sustain somewhere, be it a single point of Leave No Trace, a single point of Means of Destruction, an Absorb Shield. And even if you didn't have that, it's 1 ammo per shot as a shotgun that does massive amounts of damage over a large area. It's incredibly efficient. What we're taking of the most here is the hit count. Cycle head count quite a lot. We also have a lot of radius, so we can easily hit a bunch of enemies, build up Groundbreaker, and get back on our feet when we don't have our stacks. Apostrophe, sorry, parentheses, apostrophe, yeah, that is also my reaction to the Flacker. So true, bestie. What do you think about calling this build Flak? Just like F-L-A-K, not 4K. Just calling it Flak. And just not elaborating. Be like, yeah, I'm playing Flak. Mistimed that a bit. little dirty. Just trying something different. Did not work out. There we go. At least I have ads to get my stacks and stuff quick now. How about Kerflack? Flag in the build dogs, dude. We agreed a while ago that, like, single weapon builds, outside of very specific exceptions, don't really fit the intended purpose of the dock. It's like, that's why there's not a Lucky 7 build. But Punchbot is enough of an exception to sanity that it fits. So see, we got, because we were hitting enough enemies there, with all those crits, we just got our fadeaway back from the third shot. So we didn't drop our stackbot stacks. We just still have that damage. Now we don't, but... yeah, Corrosive Heartbreaker would be better for this than Heck Walker. But that's fine. Carrier, pain. Dictator, more pain. They would hashtag down with Hellwalker. Yes, yes, I never used that gun. Ever. Yeah, I think that's enough for today. Hope you guys enjoyed the content today. We did the Dire Sacrifice playthrough, which was really enjoyable. That skill slaps so hard for playthroughs, especially with Berserker caps on. Real good. Did a little bit of theory crafting around it at endgame. I still think it can be made to work with the weird flavor I'm doing with it, but it's probably of the flavor of build that I wouldn't really take past C75 if I was playing on Intense. Which is fine, because different builds can have different thresholds of difficulty where they remain enjoyable. Yeah, somewhat easily farmable general bossing weapon in Wonderlands. Sword Explosion. Sword Explosion. From LeChance. And then in BL3 we did the Flacker showcase stuff. So, productive day. Thanks Evan for hanging out. Let's see who's live. See where we can go. See who's doing the thing. Pascaroni's on Far Cry. Lazy's playing more Dragon's Dogma. Still going for another hour. Ruka's playing BO3. Cat's playing BO3. Liz is playing Warzone. Or no, she's playing Modern Warfare this time. Let's go to Lazy. I can start doing Aurelia. Next time. Dragon's Dogma is somewhere buried in my backlog. I did grab it. It was on sale when they announced 2, and Lazy told me about it, so like I bought it. Still haven't played it. Nightbot sub expired. That's okay. Copy that. See you guys next time. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Tomorrow, unless I get a, more BL3 itch, we'll be Cleansing Flames, followed by either setting up the next challenge run or doing more BL3. But yeah, tomorrow, Cleansing Flames. Pain. Later. Bye-bye.